All right.
Okay, so now if you want to proceed, Melanie, I think we are ready to talk about the transfer station budget. And Kenny's here, and so is Bruce, and a couple of other members of our transfer station committee.
Okay, so one of the things that jumps right out is the decrease in benefits that went from 19,000 to 11,500. Can someone let me know why? Normally the benefits section goes up every year, and this is a dramatic drop. Has it been shifted to something else?
No, ma'am. It's two reasons. One is it simply reflects the experience this year. So if you let me turn to the actuals. So the actuals on page 54, the benefits, we budgeted $19,000, and through November the 18th, which left about 6 weeks left in the fiscal year, we had only spent about $7,000. So that's one reason, is simply to reflect the experience. And then the second reason is that our, as I had previously shared with the board, our rates through the MMA are not going to be increasing this year.
Great.
Are there fewer people that work there that qualify for benefits?
So as you may also recall, our transfer station director, Kenny, does not take benefits. He has benefits through his wife's employer. And so we do make a small cash payment to him twice a year to reflect that. And then we only have one other full-time employee at the transfer station, and he actually splits his time between the transfer station and facility maintenance, that being Andy Davidson.
So if he has benefits, then will any of that be reflected in the facilities maintenance budget? Is his benefits split?
Nick, so is it all reflected in the transfer station?
Andy's all comes out of facilities.
So he's saying Andy's comes all out of facilities. So the what you see there then is just the small amount of benefits paid to our two part-time employees at the transfer station.
Speaking of benefits, and I'm not asking a question at this point, I'm just pointing out some information that I put together myself. If you take the ratio of the benefits to the wages as they're presented in the pages in the book, I get a range of 35% for general government down to 11.4% for solid waste. And it was just interesting to me that the benefit to wage ratio changes that much over the range of our activities.
Yeah, well, and I think, Jack, part of that is simply how much is the employee earning. And so as a, for instance, my benefits are going to be a smaller percentage of my overall salary than it would be for a full-time employee at the transfer station. And that's simply a reflection of, the difference in the overall salary of both those positions.
Right. One of the other things I wanted to check in on is where do I see like recycling revenues?
So that's in our revenue budget, which we've just budgeted flat to last year. So let's see, so right now that is on page 88, and again through November the 18th. We had collected $13,000 in recycling waste sales.
Okay, and do we have an indication of where we normally are? I don't see, do I go back to the book from last year to see?
So hold on.
Yeah, because one of the, I really like how the book looks this year. Going across line item to line item, though, it's nice to see the revenues listed in the same. And I know trying to split it up with the expenses versus the revenues but we do have to kind of see like it linear.
Understood, but understand a budget has two parts. On this side, you have your
Mhm.
expenses. On this side, you have your revenues. And so a lot of people think that if you increase your revenues, then your budget increases over the course of a year. No, not necessarily. Those are two separate pages. And so obviously, this is just our first discussion regarding our budget. And so once we get past December 31st, what we're going to do is have these pages like you have them right now, but then we'll have the actuals for the year to date through December the 31st on there as well. So it'll be a side-by-side comparison. But if memory serves me correctly, I'm not finding it right offhand. Last year, we raised about $35,000 in revenue at the transfer station. We won't, frankly, I'm thrilled that we will surpass our $25,000 that we budgeted this year, given the fact that we did not have any recyclable sales for a period of time there in the spring.
Right.
Anthony, one second, that number, that 13,000, is that just recyclables or is that overall revenue?
That was just recyclables.
Just recyclables, yeah.
And Kenny, if there's points that I'm not touching on, please jump in and weigh in.
I will. Yep.
So where will I find overall revenues? I have the non-resident paper bag. Oh, these are on 88. Punch card purchases. I think one of the emails we got recently said that folks would forget their card and would be paying, but here there's a reflection of 0.
Yeah, so that is if someone loses theirs over the course of a year and then comes into the office and wants to buy another punch card. And as you can see right there, it rarely happens. Most people say, well, I'll just wait until the next punch card is issued, which will be this is scheduled to happen this coming April. And so we have not sold any punch cards.
Okay, so if anybody pays for disposal of an item at the transfer station, where do I see the revenue generated from that?
So that would be the waste disposal fees. So you can see through November the 18th, that was $16,592.
Okay. Sorry, I'm over here writing my little side notes.
Yeah, sure. And so once again, I mean, I'm thrilled beyond belief that Kenny and his crew were able to make those revenue projections simply because there was a time there where we were collecting virtually no revenue.
Right now, so disposal is up $9,000, well, $9,500 actually. Is that reflective of the fact that recycling sales are down, or because we had a period of time there where we were actually putting the recyclables in the hopper?
Oh, so what we have done in the past there, that difference there, you can see, Melanie, that we haven't budgeted anything for recycling waste sales or for resident pay per bag, non-resident pay per bag. And so the practice has been simply to just budget a flat $25,000 in total revenue for the department, as opposed to breaking it down for each one of those. So, if you guys want us to budget for each one of those particular items, and then come up with a total, we would still budget very conservatively to make sure that we come up with $25,000. We could do that.
Well, and I'm just asking, when I go onto page 52 under disposal, we're up 9,500. So I'm just
Page 52. Hold on
Yeah.
a second.
And pest control is 0. Do we not have like rats and stuff that we have to take care of?
Okay, so let me answer the first question first.
Okay.
So page 52. Now tell me what you're looking at the disposal line item there?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the expense. So on page 88, the waste disposal fees, that's the fee that people are paying to the town whenever they're dropping off a couch or a mattress or whatever. On page 52, that's the expense of having the waste hauled away from our facility to a landfill.
Right. So that's where for the 9,500, Ken, is our fees going up this year? Like what? Waste Management is still hauling our stuff. Are we up in volume over last year? So we have to budget another 9,500? Or are we taking away from the recycling stream because of COVID and reflecting that cost in disposal instead of as a credit, as a recycling credit?
We do have a 3% increase year after year. Every July 1st, we do have an increase of 3%.
Okay.
And so Melanie, the reason that we've increased that is for disposal this year, we budgeted $120,000. As of November the 18th, that's the amount that we had actually spent year to date on disposal. And I think that's a reflection of two things. One is the increase that Ken mentioned. The other is the fact that while we weren't taking recyclables, a lot of those recyclables were going into the hopper, which increased the amount that we had to haul away and then pay to have hauled away.
Right.
And so we actually had, our transfer station committee has recommended that we budget $133,000 for that line item. Kenny suggested $130,000. We've sort of gone a little bit lower than that at 129.5, but we could adjust that if. And I think, is it fair to say, Kenny, you feel comfortable with that figure 129.5?
Yeah, we should be. Yeah, we'll be fine.
You sure?
And the transfer station committee recommended 133, right?
Correct.
And the reason for them recommending the larger number is just very briefly. Can you?
Yeah, maybe Bruce can speak to that.
Where is it?
Basically, kind of a fear of where COVID was going to go if we
Okay.
may ended up
All right,
have to dump again.
Yeah.
fine. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and just so, and I've had this question from a few different quarters about, do I think that at any point we are going to shut down like we did in the spring? I don't at this point actually anticipate that, simply because we've learned a lot about how we can protect ourselves and the public from the virus. And unless the state, I only see two reasons that we might shut down. One is that the state tells us that we have to. The other is that here in the town office, if any one of us should contract the virus, then we're going to have to shut down and quarantine for 2 weeks, just because we would be considered close contacts of one another. But otherwise, if we can avoid that, I don't anticipate that we're going to be shutting down. And I think we'll have a more normal experience at the transfer station in the coming year.
All right.
Thank you.
Can I ask-
Just real quick, one of the other things that's affecting us with COVID is not only what we've done, but what Waste Management is doing. They're like, for instance, they're no longer driving on Saturdays. Since COVID, it's been that way. So we haven't been able to have our trash hauled off on a Saturday. So sometimes we have to let our trash go a little bit early, which means it's a light load. Sometimes, like yesterday, we're overfilled because we couldn't let it go early. So there are other outside factors that factor in on what we're doing there.
So Kenny, is there a base amount that we pay each time they come and haul away, regardless of the amount of trash?
Yeah. It's always a $263 fee just to haul it off. So if it has 20 tons in it or 5 tons in it, we're paying that fee regardless. And obviously, we don't want it to go with a late load.
Right. Okay.
Comment, I think what Melanie was getting at is that there's a definite relationship to what we earn for recycling material sales and the amount of labor that's in the budget for the transfer station, which includes the labor that's involved with getting out that recyclable material. So I think from that standpoint, it's good to have that comparison in some form that's clear. And it's not totally clear with the present system.
Yeah, so, but
That was my interpretation of what Melanie was driving at.
yeah, but do keep in mind that even if we were to, let's say we were to increase our revenue from the transfer station, we were to double that. That doesn't mean that that would reflect a decrease in the expenses.
I understand. I understand that.
That would be, yeah, that would be incurred. And so it would just be a matter of that would reduce the amount that we would have to raise and appropriate through taxes.
Right. Now, another related question is, do we keep track from one year to the next, ideally in a graphical form, so that we can see the progression, how much tonnage we have taken to the landfill and how much tonnage we recycle?
Not in the graph, but we do have that information, yes.
Because the revenue and cost is really based on tonnage.
Right.
That's correct.
My last question.
Well, hey, Jack, if I may interrupt, just it's partly due on tonnage, but it's also a reflection of what the market is.
I understand.
And so at some points, the price for, let's say, plastics is very high or it's almost non-existent. And so it's also a measure of, what the market is bearing at that particular moment.
I understand.
Now, can I just ask a procedural question? If the market falls out of recycling, as we've seen reflected, is there ever a decision made to take what we've collected for recyclables and hopper them? Or do we continue to stockpile the recycling while it's manageable to see if there's an uptick?
Yeah, to answer that, yes, we have done that in the past, Melanie. We've had to trash quite a few plastics in the past because the market, and that was 2 or 3 years ago, and the market still is not back.
But I will say, I do know Kenny, because he's told me about this, that he watches the market and he will stockpile some of those recyclables. And when he thinks the moment is right, that's when he'll sell that versus, just selling it because a bin might be full or something.
Right, that's what I was asking.
Yeah.
We held on to 3 through 7s for probably about 8-10 months before we couldn't hold them anymore.
Okay.
And that was a few years back, and that market hasn't come back. But Melanie, just to let you know, 3 through 7s, there was one particular thing, number 5s, that were still worth something. So those we pulled out of that, and we are saving the number 5s, and we just can't do the rest of them.
So we're not doing the rest, so we're collecting them, but are we?
No, not. Okay, well, let me go back. 3 through 7s, the only thing that was marketable in the 3 through 7 category was number 5. So the number 5s we're still taking, but the 3 through 7 category as a whole is no longer exists.
Okay. And number 2 plastics, that's like your milk jugs and those, is there still a market for those?
Oh, yes, there is. Very good market, actually.
And then the scales, we have $500 budgeted for repairs. So I'm trying to picture where our scales are.
It's inside the building. That's how we weigh all of our bales. That's how we know how much weight we're putting out for any particular item.
Okay. And we've not.
They have to be calibrated every year.
Okay, we didn't budget for that last year, or was it in a different line item and we've pulled it over?
Yeah, we pulled it over.
Okay.
And my last question is, are we still confident that we're not giving free rides to out-of-town folks who are not authorized to bring material to the transfer station. I raised the point because it was a big issue several years ago, and I wonder if we have good, tight control of that now.
Fair, honestly, fairly confident. We're still catching people that are coming in from Rome without buying bags. And you know, it does happen. We catch them as we can, Jack.
I will say I'm kind of amazed that Kenny seems to know everybody in town because they typically come through the transfer station. So I think he does have a good sense of who our folks are versus who may be an outsider or a free rider.
Now, mind you, there are a few residents that used to live in Belgrade that have now moved to Rome. And if they're not upfront with that, or you know, they're still driving their vehicle with a Belgrade sticker on it, with a BTS sticker on it, it's kind of hard to catch those people. But I got one yesterday, so.
Well, and I
Not
did
gonna mention any names.
I did have someone ask, there's a business that operates in Belgrade and also operates in Augusta. And I did have someone ask if we were sure that the trash that was being disposed of at our transfer station was only the trash generated from their Belgrade business. And I don't, because there's the difference between the free and if you go to Hatch Hill, they're paying disposal. I don't know. I said, I don't have an answer to that. And do we have a way to differentiate if somebody comes in with a truck full of trash, where it comes from? Is there ever a conversation? Like, that's a mighty big amount of trash you got going on there. I don't know, but I didn't know.
No, I mean, there's only one resident that I'm aware of that was doing that and is no longer doing that because I told her she couldn't do that. I don't know, Melanie. There's really no way of me knowing where their trash is coming from. You know, it's like if somebody's renting a place in Rome and they go over to Rome, they grab the trash, but they're a Belgrade resident, and they're bringing it to us. There's no way of me knowing without opening the bags and checking to see if there's mail in there with an address. There's just no way.
Yeah, no, this was a couple months ago and I totally kind of just spaced it until right now. And I was like, no, I never did ask anybody. But because that was, of course, as Jack has alluded to, I mean, it used to be prior to having our disposal fees, everybody who did contractors would say build a house in Augusta and bring the debris to Belgrade because it wasn't costing them anything to get rid of it in their own town, but it wasn't being generated in Belgrade. So with the disposal fees, we did, I think, get a pretty good handle on that. It was pretty dramatic there for a couple of years, the difference.
Melanie, if you want to have that discussion on the side about that one, come see me.
Okay, well, and I didn't have the answer. I was like, I don't know. But I was like, it was kind of, I don't have any answer for that. I don't know. And how do you do that? I mean, I worked briefly for Public Works in Augusta, and they did actually go into someone's trash bag and then deliver.
To me, it's another reason for watching the overall tonnage over time.
Right. Yeah, I agree, Jack. Does anybody else have anything that's a question or a concern or?
Yeah, and I just want to say, I get compliments all the time from our community about our transfer station. I think we've got a great crew out there. I think our transfer station committee, and you can see we've got 3 other members here this morning, are one of our most engaged committees. And so I really appreciate the job that they're doing out there. A little earlier, we just hired a new fellow out there, Jeff Baldwin. He replaced Billy Poole, who was one of the 2 best pools that we had on our staff. And so they just continue just to rock right along. And I just know our community really appreciates the way that they go about their business out there because I hear it all the time. So thank you, Kenny.
Here.
One more quick little thing here. We haven't budgeted anything for food and water at the transfer station, and we do supply water, correct? Where would I see that amount reflected?
It's actually on page 52. We've budgeted $100 there.
Oh, okay, hold on. Solid waste. Okay, so it's moved from supply, no, it's not moved. So on the first page, on page 51, it's reflected as 0. Then on page 52. And is that all we spend on?
Oh, so keep in mind, oh, I see what you're saying. So that on page 51, that is our household hazardous waste event versus below that are the operating expenses for the transfer station.
Okay.
And so we just budget a flat $2,000 for the household hazardous waste event. And we do, purchase water or donuts or whatever for that event out of that $2,000 budget.
Okay. So, and does it only cost $100 for water for you guys, all of you at the transfer station for a year?
Probably more.
That seems to me like not enough.
I don't know what Nick, do you have the actual? I don't know what the actual is, but probably, probably not, but on that whole line, what is that?
So that let's see.
That's on page
So
52.
that falls under our supplies budget, which the total supply budget is.
It's $3,000.
Yes.
So, yeah, that particular line may not be correct, but the overall operating supplies line of 3,000 is fine.
Okay. I just want to make sure you guys aren't getting shorted on water because, once again, years ago, if you didn't bring enough water for the day, too bad. So, and I believe we're
Yeah, well,
buying
no,
the 5-gallon things, right?
yeah, that's why I always keep a case in the back of my vehicle.
Okay. And are we doing like the big jugs, like the 5-gallon ones or something from Sam's Club or WB
Yeah,
Mason you were using?
Yes, I brought in my own water coolers from home because I'm no longer using them, so that's what we're using.
Okay. Should the town have purchased those from you?
No, I just don't have to pay the $8 fee to dispose of them when they die.
Right. And now, are we able to get the water delivered there? Like, I think WB
Yeah,
Mason was one that does. So,
WB Mason,
what's that?
yeah, WB Mason delivers it.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure that, you guys have enough water and stuff out there. It's not like you're close to anything and just pop to the store. We do live in Belgrade after all. And out of that 1,200 too, that's the reflective clothing, the t-shirts, the sweatshirts. Are we still doing, at one point we were doing, how do I want to say it? We were doing like a credit, like you could buy steel-toed boots and the town would reimburse you so much on the steel-toed boots.
Only safety stuff. That's all that comes out. Reflective and steel toes. That's all that comes out of that portion of the budget.
Masks. Now, what about like masks and gloves?
Well, masks were never a big thing in the past. We just purchased some masks. Gloves just come out of regular supplies. They're just operating supplies.
Should we tweak that line item at all this year? Because I don't see us going to a time in the next year where we're not going to be requiring masks and gloves. So should we check that line item and add a little bit to the 1,200 to make sure that?
So I think this, Melanie, as I said, I think this is an initial discussion. I think we'll probably have another discussion, at least one other discussion about our budget, at which point we should have year-end figures And so what I'd like to do is just look at the year-end figure for the transfer station as a whole, because that's the actual figure that the voters are approving, and see if we need to make any adjustments based upon that total year-end figure at that time. But at this point, I think we're pretty comfortable with what we've got.
I would second that. To question in detail every line item at this stage of the game seems to be a little bit of overwork for ourselves. And I'm not sure that's absolutely necessary at this point.
This is usually the one, Kathy, where we pick apart the budget and then at the next.
I know how to do my job. I'm just saying that there are some questions as to, you know, gloves and masks and things like that, that I think are a little bit down in the weeds. And I think that's not a necessary thing. As we alluded to at the beginning of the meeting, that this budget has been looked over by the transfer committee, been looked over by the budget committee. And I think that that's really more in the weeds than we need to be at this point.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure that they have enough money in their budget for water, masks and gloves. Because masks and gloves, we didn't have to budget for last year. And
I'm
this
only
year,
giving you my opinion.
so. All right. So are we doing motions on these at this point, or are we just waiting and we will do the next
I don't
meeting?
think, I don't think that any of this requires any action. I think this is just a discussion today.
Because usually what happens is we do the recommendation, that the next meeting we go back and change it because there might be a different number of folks there.
Yeah, well, and I also think, again, that, you know, we may want to tweak this depending upon what the year-end figures are. So I think at this point, you know, giving you guys a chance to review this at first, offer your thoughts, and then let us go back to the drawing board if need be. So, you know, again, I don't necessarily think we need any action today, but if the board wants to take action, that's y'all's prerogative.
Well, and it just always has seemed a little bit redundant because we would take action and then we would rescind motions and redo it at the next one. So I was hoping we weren't doing that again.
Okay, good.
Well, you don't have a finished warrant article anyway, Melanie, so it doesn't make sense to make motions today.
I know, which is how we've always done it. And I didn't say we've always done it right. Every year we learn. All right, public safety, page
All right.
18.
So thank you, Kenny, and thank you, Transfer Station Committee, although you're welcome to stick around if you'd like.
Yeah, have a great day.
I'm not sticking around.
Bye, thank you.
So our public safety budget begins on page 18. And one of the things that we did do differently this year, and you will note this, is that in the past, we budgeted the whole of our payroll out of wages. And so this year, we've taken a little bit of a different tact. You see that we've split up that between salaries, and the salary line item reflects our 2 full-time employees now. And then the wages are our volunteers and per diem. So it's just a way that we can keep better track of what we're paying our full-time people versus what we're paying our part-time people. And with the salaries, you can also see there, and this will eventually be reflected in a warrant article. You know, we're telling you sort of where some of the funding for those positions are going to be. And so, you know, recall we've got the $10,000 grant from the health center. We get $20,000 for the salary from Rome, and then the other $5,000 that we're getting from Rome, we apply to the benefits. And then we've also got some $9,200 that we collected from cost recovery this year that we're applying to next year's budget. And then, and this was Chief McKenzie's opinion, is that the $9,908 that we collected previously in cost recovery, that we apply that as well to these positions in the coming year. And Dan and Travis, if at any point you guys want to weigh in here, jump right in.
Can I ask electricity? We went from 10,000 to 2,500. Is that smooth to it?
Yeah, so you're talking about, just so I can call everyone's attention to that, that's on page 20,
Yeah,
our streetlight budget, and that's simply a reflection of our move to the new LED lights. So
Is that program physically complete?
it is.
Thank you.
And so since we're talking about streetlights, I just on Friday got a request from the Friends of the Village if the town would start paying the electricity cost on the pedestrian lighting there. Now, we were able to disable all of the streetlights on Main Street there. I think we took down about 6 of those lights. There are still streetlights at the intersections, but the cost of the pedestrian lighting is about $80 per month. And that, that's a request that I've been asked to present to you to see if the board would consider paying for the electricity for those that pedestrian lighting.
we can look at that at one of our next board meetings. We don't know, we'll figure out that today. So the 80,000 essentially that the budget is up is mostly reflected in the addition of the second full-time firefighter. And what else? Because we're like 207,000 to 287. Is it mostly that? Is there some other stuff that?
Yeah, so approximately
Right out.
$50,000 of that cost would be related to the new body that we have. Dan, Travis, what else?
Also, payroll is going to be pretty close this year, so there was a little bit added for that on the per diem and volunteer side.
And Dan, are we doing, is it a 3% increase or an up to 3% increase for them, or is it across the board?
Well, the volunteers, we usually do just across the board because it's so hard to make any type of, how do I want to put it?
Judgment call?
Evaluate every one of them, when one does 5 calls to one that does, 30 calls. So I guess we could look at it that way, but we've always just done it across the board
Okay.
for that.
Yeah.
But full-time, though, they will be evaluated. And so the 2 full-times will be evaluated like Travis and Danielle.
Yeah, and so Melanie, to answer your question, whatever pay rate that you guys end up approving as far as salary increases go, that would be applied to our volunteers as well. And of course, they each earn different rates of pay depending upon what, Dan, their experience or maybe their certifications or.
Yeah, that's correct.
I'm good. Does anybody else have anything? All right, seeing none, let's move right on to general government. Thank you,
Okay.
guys.
So let's start off on
Thank you.
page 6. So this is all the, obviously the administrative costs.
Did our fees for MMA and KV Cog go down this year?
Yes, they did.
Wow, I've never
Yeah.
seen that.
Well, I think both of those organizations are being very mindful of the fact that towns are facing some very tough and uncertain times right now. And so, you know, as a, for instance, the MMA Health Trust not raising our rates, that was obviously greatly appreciated and somewhat of a surprise given what's happened with health insurance costs in recent years.
And is it costing us less to be audited, to do the audit every year?
So what the reason for that, Melanie, is I simply looked at what we paid for the audit last year, and it seems to me that we over budgeted for that. And so I reduced it a little bit, still leaving us a bit of a cushion, but it's what the new town manager didn't know last year.
I know we used,
And you may recall, we did have a new auditor last year as well.
right. And we were comfortable with the audit process last year and we'll
Oh
continue.
yeah, they were super helpful. Mary Vogel did yeoman's work in making that happen. I've heard from some of my peers that firm is very well regarded. In fact, I think I mentioned to you recently, Melanie, I had a discussion with one of our citizens who's the finance director for the state agency that oversees corrections. And they use that same firm, and he's a CPA, and he was very high on that firm. So I think we were very happy. And in fact, Nick's already had some conversations with them just in preparation for this coming year's audit, which will begin here in the coming weeks.
Well, and that's what I was hoping, because I think the continuity too with the company that we use for the audit, they're able to pick stuff up
Yeah.
over the years. And I personally, I like the fact we don't have to do that independent audit every year, but I like the fact that we do.
Oh, I think it's a best practice for sure.
I think Bruce
Mr.
wants.
Galush has his hand raised at the moment.
Bruce?
My question is, and I know I was in the budget meeting when the question was asked, is the legal fees.
Yes.
It was 30, it's going to 35. I guess as a taxpayer, I feel that probably should be a separate article so the taxpayers can be explained why we're spending $35,000 a year for attorney fees, why we're not getting any recuperation out of that, and is it worth the town to spend $35,000 for attorney fees? I mean, to me, that's kind of a waste of money. I mean, that's a lot of money for attorney fees,
So Bruce,
but not getting any recoup back out of it.
well, I do think we get something back out of it. Now, obviously, this past year, we've had two cases that have required a lot of attorneys' helps. One of those is the Brightside case, which was argued all the way to the state Supreme Court. We did have a settlement out of that, but that money doesn't necessarily go to offset legal fees. Those monies are going into our what's the water fund that we have? The water quality fund.
Water
Okay.
Quality Improvement Fund.
Yeah. And so it does have a net effect on the budget in that reduces the amount that we may have to raise and appropriate for milfoil control, as a for instance. But and I was just looking here. So the reason that we budgeted more is as of November the 18th, we had spent nearly $33,000 in legal fees. And we do have a case right now that next week we'll have an appeals board hearing. And it is my full expectation and anticipation that regardless of how the appeals board rules on that the litigants in that case are going to file suit regardless of what the outcome is in Superior Court. And both of these parties are parties of means, and they can argue it just as long as they wish to. And so that's another case that could well end up on the state Supreme Court docket at some point. And so, like it or not, we're going to be a party to that simply because it was our planning board that issued the permit that's in dispute right now. And two, we've also got the salt well issue going on, and whatever agreement that we reach with DOT, we are going to want our own attorney looking at that and helping us with that to make sure that we're not signing something that doesn't serve the town's best interest.
But wouldn't that attorney fee come out of the salt remediation budget?
It could,
Not out
but
of not out of this?
it could, but it's still an expense.
Right. My question is this, and is there a way that we can, I guess, I don't like you, as a taxpayer, and I was speaking as a taxpayer, I don't like how this attorney fees is creeping up every year. Is there ways that we're going to be able, as a town or as a municipality, to be able to correct this so we're not spending $35,000 in attorney fees every year? I just think that's just, unfortunately, I think it's highway robbery.
Kathy?
I don't think that it makes any difference which budget it comes out of. We still have to pay the attorney fees. And we did overspend our budget last year by $2,000. We are in an increasingly litigious society. And people, well, you can sue anybody for anything, anytime. And for a municipality to not be covered, with decent amount of legal fees is to invite larger lawsuits. And that's my feeling on it. I'm sorry that we have to spend that money on legal fees, but it appears that we are being forced into being able to do that, or having to do that.
Yeah. And I'm hopeful, Bruce, that we won't have to spend $35,000. I hope that's, I hope that that's more than adequate. But I agree with Kathy, and I'm hoping that this coming year, we'll only have to have one major case that we're dealing with as opposed to two major cases that we're dealing with.
And I don't think it matters which budget it comes out of. If you want to take it out of the salt budget, fine. If you want to take it out of, something else budget is fine. But the legal fee in its overall capacity is probably not going to change.
Yeah. And Bruce, I would argue against making it its own separate warrant article, because that really locks us into a box. And some of this spending is beyond our control. I mean, I would rather not be a party to this suit that's happening right now before the appeals board. But we don't have any say-so over that. And so, I don't know what we would do short of calling a special town meeting if we were to put a warrant article out there just for legal fees, and the voters were to reject it or reduce the amount. And then, at some point during the course of the year, we're up against that amount. And then we would have to go back and ask for more money. I just think that, I think legal fees are a part of the administrative cost of this organization. And I do believe that they are where they need to be in the budget.
Okay. I guess just one more thing is maybe on some of these long litigations that we've been doing, if somehow, just like it's been asked on the recycling side of it on the transfer station, if we can somehow reflect what goes into the water quality account for, that way it makes the taxpayers feel a little bit better that, we're not spending, because I look at this going down through a book, I'm going to think oh my gosh, we spent $35,000 in litigation on, bad permits or so on and so forth, and we got nothing back out of it. As a taxpayer, that's, if I could see, okay, yeah, we recruit $6,000 that went to water quality, then I could, I could feel better about that.
Yeah, I see your point there. And when we get to the end of this meeting under miscellaneous, I want to talk about warrant articles a little bit. And someone actually made a suggestion to me that I think could address what you're speaking to right now.
Okay, thank you.
Ernie, you had your hand up.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me now? Yes, you can, I guess. I hear Bruce's statement, and having been a part of the sort of a spectator to and participant in what, the largest legal drama that recently transpired between the town and a resident that cost a plenty on both sides. I think the lesson that I took from it, that collectively perhaps we as a board took from it, is sometimes we don't exhaust the most articulate communication that needs to take place to head off these things right from the get-go. It would be my goal as somebody on this board to try to exhaust the best avenues for communication to solve problems right from the start, instead of heading down a legal road, which very, very unfortunately, across our land seems to be the avenue taken for most who either choose not to communicate wisely or refuse to communicate wisely and understand the truths that are so evident, in this particular case by ordinance, and wish somehow to, wave a legal magic wand if they have the funds to do it, to get their way. But as some have stated already, when you're faced either as an individual or as a town, in our case, to either stand up and talk and communicate for free, or if you're forced to communicate legally, you kind of have to take the legal communication route, and as anybody that's ever paid a lawyer knows, that's an expensive route, and the least expensive route is face-to-face communication between people, but that's often the most difficult route for many people, and but yet it's often the most rewarding, and certainly the least expensive. And so I would encourage this board and future boards to exhaust every articulate possibility for the free communication standard over the legal communication standard going forward. But as has already been said, often that's out of our hands. And we've been blessed to have some wonderfully articulate legal minds that have served the town. But, with that comes a cost. And if you ever get entangled by an individual legally, you'll find out that it's going to cost a lot of money. And it's just the world we live in, but yet we're going to do our very best as a board, I'm guessing, going forward to head this off to the past just as best we can under the circumstances. Amen.
And just so all you guys know, I try to be very mindful about when to contact our attorneys and when not to contact our attorneys. I try not to make phone calls to them if I can, because each one of those phone calls, racks up time that they then bill us. And so I just want you to be aware that I am mindful of that.
From the legal piece, under printing for the newsletter, we have a 0 expense, and I think we had just talked about the communications committee that it's about $400 an issue. And
yes, but those are two different expenses. So the printing, there's no actual printing cost because we don't have it printed, but the expense comes from the postage, and so that cost is reflected in the postage line item.
Okay, because we're printing it at the town office, so we don't figure that differently, correct? It's
correct. Yeah, I mean the only so those expenses, Melanie, would be paper and ink, And so, those costs are reflected in those particular line items, office supply line items.
And do we not need the Adobe license this year?
So, let's see, so tell me what page you're
Page
looking at.
9.
Page 9.
So under the licenses that we need, we've got Trio,
Yeah.
Payport.
So Nick, if memory serves me correctly, you've been paying that out of the contracted services, is that right? Or is there another line item? Say again?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
so
correct,
we've been
yeah.
paying that out of contracted services.
So if it's a license that we need, why wouldn't,
Oh, because
you-
there's no license anymore. It's all a subscription based.
okay. All right, does anybody else have anything? It is listed under page 10, a 3% wage increase, and then under
Yes, and
wages, there's nothing.
Yeah, so, so that 3% is reflected of the line item actually above it. So it's an awkward break there in the verbiage. But again, that 3%, that is something that I wish to discuss with you at the end of this meeting under our miscellaneous things, is to get your thoughts or get you thinking about what it is that how it is that you might want to address salaries in the coming year.
Okay.
And so all I'm saying is that 3% is not carved in stone.
All right. And supplies, just a quick, is that reflected someplace differently? Like, I know we just did new budget books and it was 200 and something dollars. That's not listed here. So does that come out of someplace else?
Yeah, let's see here. So that's just either office supplies, which be on page 8, line 30-03. So the books, the books are just considered an office supply. And we had to, and we did, and we did have to replace those. The books that we had previously, they were falling apart and the cardboard was coming out at the seams. And so it was an expense that we didn't necessarily want to take, but I felt like we had to.
Anybody else have anything? All right, so we're kind of zipping right along here. We don't have the library scheduled for another hour.
So I think next on our, oh yeah, we sure do. Well, I have, if you'd like, well, first of all, we need to address social services, which is on page 57. But in the meantime, let me text Megan and Barbara to see if they're available now. So in our social service budget there on page 57 is pretty much the same as it was last year. You will recall we reduced the amount that we were budgeting for each of those 3 events. We're hopeful those events will happen in 2021. And then there's the additional expense that you guys discussed at the last maybe 2 board meetings ago regarding holiday wreaths.
And are we not doing flowers for Memorial Day? I know this year's just plain weird, but historically we've purchased the flowers that volunteers have placed on the graves.
Yeah, and so that's actually reflected in the cemetery budget.
Okay. Kathy, did you have your hand raised?
Not.
Okay.
So,
Thought you
and
were.
Megan and Barbara just responded. They'll be on the call very shortly.
Okay. Does anyone have anything else under social services?
You know what? I'm looking here. Maybe we should also, while we're in the neighborhood, take a look at general assistance, which is on page 60.
I was just gonna ask where the GA stuff was.
Okay, good.
Reflected in that budget, so.
So, we're doing something a little different than we did this past year, although the funding source sort of remains the same. Let's see here. Oh, so we are again proposing that we just budget our general assistance at the same level, but take all of that out of the undesignated fund. So we don't raise and appropriate. As you guys will recall, in the past, we've raised and appropriated and never spent anywhere close to what has been budgeted. And since it's such a minor expense, it seems to me that, you know, maybe we shouldn't be raising and appropriating for that each and every year at a level of $4,000. So that's how we would propose for the general assistance. And then below that, increase the amount for our emergency fuel expense. But instead of raising and appropriating that, you probably know we do have a special revenue account for that, to which people have donated. And so what we would propose is just, you know, again, instead of raising and appropriating, that's where those expenses would be paid from. And maybe someone can educate me. I think Mary told me this in the past, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that emergency fund, special revenue, emergency fuel special revenue fund is just something that citizens contribute to, or does that have another funding source? Mary, do you want to weigh in on that?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so yeah, it originally started out as businesses and individuals that had donated money for the purpose of emergency fuel. But it's also been part of the town meeting on a regular basis, where we've raised and appropriated money to put into that account as well.
And so I'm just pulling my audit report off the shelf here. Let me find what that what the total amount for that fund is at the moment.
It's like 6,000 something.
I was thinking it was somewhere in that neighborhood too, Mary. Anyway, any questions about the GA budget?
If we've got a separate account for that fuel, why are we budgeting $1,000?
Because again, Dan, it's the difference between sorry, I was trying to correct some of that feedback. It's because this is the expense side of the budget. And if we are going to spend money, it's got to be reflected in the expense side of the budget, even if there is a revenue source outside of raising and appropriating taxes.
Anthony, back to social services for a minute. Do we show any place in the material that you've sent the articles that will be voted upon that are by request of petitions?
No, I have not reflected that. Well, I mean, we discussed it at the last select board meeting, Jack, but I haven't reflected it in any of this because that is spending that is sort of beyond our control. But obviously, if those articles pass, then that's something that will be reflected in the commitment of the tax rate.
Okay.
But they probably should still be listed out here because we did budget for it last year. It is part of the budget, and then we would budget for it this year.
I mean, we could create a special account. Well, in fact, hold on a second. I think, Nick, are you there? I think he got up from his desk for the moment. I think that may be reflected somewhere in the general government. Let's see. No.
Someone asking for me while I was gone?
Oh, yeah. So Nick, is there a place in the budget that reflects the special requests that we receive from the nonprofits? Which accounts do you pay those out of? You're muted.
I don't think we made it part of this booklet now that I think of it.
We
Okay.
did. That's what we're trying to
People
figure out.
haven't made their
So-
request yet.
But you do have a place in Trio that
Oh,
lists
yeah.
those organizations. And do you know, is it its own sort of special?
Yeah, like each
departmental
each
budget?
when we pay out to the Belgrade Lakes Association, like something like that, the BLA.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a separate line item that we take out that goes to them.
Okay.
It's
So
going
maybe
on.
when we update this book, just include that page in the booklet.
Okay.
And you and I can talk about how we can do that.
Okay. Sounds good.
So
All right.
I did find the emergency fuel fund. So and of course, this is as of December 31st last year, which is when this audited figure is. It's $6,885 in that fund currently.
And then we just had recently where we did supply emergency fuel for someone, correct? I saw something reflected in a warrant.
Yes, you're right. But you know what? But now is the time that we're just now entering that season where we would start to see those requests, obviously. And we haven't had as many of those requests as I might have anticipated that we have. I think part of that is because, last year it wasn't a terribly harsh winter. And so far it hasn't been frigidly cold.
All right, does anyone else have anything under general government and social services? All right, seeing none, I see Barbara. And Megan's not here yet.
I don't see Megan yet, but if you want to, we can go ahead and start talking about the library budget, which is on page 76 of your booklets.
Okay, and do we want to, is Jason going to be here for Public Works? Do we
Yeah, I'm
want-
going to go ahead and
Can
text
attack
Jason to see
them?
if he's available.
We can bang
He
it.
is planning on joining us.
Perfect. Page 76.
And so, as you can see, the library budget is still at the same figure that it was actually the past 2 years. And again, I think Megan and the library trustees have done yeoman's work in order to try to control those costs and allay any sort of concerns that there might be about library spending. There is one thing that occurred to me because on Tuesday night, the select board will be considering accepting that $10,000 grant from the Stephen and Tabitha King Foundation. And that is not reflected within this budget. And in my opinion, the best way to address that would be that we place that $10,000 into the library's capital reserve and then spend out of that capital reserve, since it's not really an operating cost. And so it wouldn't really reflect on the bottom line operating budget of the library in 2021.
Are there stipulations with that as to how it can be spent?
Well, so, they applied for a grant and the grant was for new shelving. And so the bulk of that, I want to say $9,100 of that is going to go toward the new shelving, replacing some shelving that we currently have. And then the balance of that, the $900 under the grant application, would be spent on library materials to place on those shelves. So you're talking about audiobooks, DVDs, and books. I think children's books in particular, right, Barbara?
Yes.
Okay.
And I think it's a little more than 9,100. It's a pretty, I forget exactly what it is, but it's mostly for the shelves.
Yeah.
Will it replace old shelves, or are you putting in new shelves in addition to what's there?
It will replace old shelves. It will replace the shelves right as you walk in on the left, the shelves that are against that wall that hold a lot of the children's books. And then it'll also replace the rolling shelves that are there that have the DVDs and the audiobooks.
Thank you.
Yeah, we were thrilled to get that. Megan was in contact with the King Foundation, and she didn't expect to hear anything until after the first of the year, because they said they were their website said they were closed. And then all of a sudden the check came in the mail and she was thrilled.
Yeah.
Nice.
Very nice surprise.
All right. Does anyone else?
Very supportive of libraries. And I can vouch for the efficiency of the interlibrary loan system. I've been taking out a lot of books on interlibrary loan, and they've all been coming within a week or two or three. It's a great system. So, if there's anything that anybody wants to get from the library, we can probably get it.
Yeah, I've used that system as well and have had the same experience. And now we're promoting the fact that you can also get video games and so forth. So if you've got kids stuck at home, it's a great way to get some video games for them to play through the interlibrary loan system. So Jason said he'll be jumping on in a second, but if you guys are ready to talk about public works, then I can sort of hit the high points, and then you guys can pose any questions that you might have of our road commissioner.
We can just wait for Jason to get here.
Okay.
We can bounce. Do we want to look at capital reserves?
Sure. So that's on page 4. That's basically one of the memos that I wrote to you guys early on. So Megan's just joining us. Megan, can you hear me? We're actually done with your budget.
Oh, really?
So thanks. Nice job, hon.
That was easy.
Barbara she took the reins. We're good.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
If you'd like to stick around for the road budget, you're welcome to.
Oh, Excited.
Just kidding.
So you guys will recall that, again, as I always try to do, I give Tom Dowd full credit for this approach, in that Tom raised a concern last year about our what we were doing with the tax dollars that we had collected and not spent. How were we putting that to good public use? And we decided that the best way to address that would be to restock our capital reserves with using that money. And so we did that to the tune of $110,000 this past year. And I'm proposing that we be even more aggressive in that regard this coming year. And so there you see on page 4, those bulleted items. We've traditionally put $50,000 toward fire and rescue equipment. Given the health of our fund balance, we're suggesting increasing that to $75,000. We recently did replace a fire truck, and that is still being constructed. But Dan McKenzie tells me that the next truck replacement for a 30-year-old piece of equipment is likely to cost more than $250,000. So, you know, we want to start stashing away money for that. The fire and rescue building capital reserve, again, this is something that we've traditionally put $50,000 towards. We're proposing to increase that by $100,000. And the reason for that is we just want to make sure that we have liquid money available if and when a piece of property comes available that we wish to acquire for a new fire station, that we don't have to hesitate on that should the right property become available. The cemetery related capital reserves. So you see there that $5,000 each for extending water into the cemetery, for the next mower that we have to purchase, and towards the the next facility truck that we have to purchase. The maintenance garage capital reserve, we started this last year with a $5,000 deposit. We're proposing to put $55,000 in this year per the cemetery committee's recommendation. We do have one cemetery committee member here with us. And this would provide all the money that we think that we would need in order to expand that facility in the ways that we've talked about. And then lastly, the well contamination remediation fund, which Bruce alluded to a little earlier this morning. And currently we have about $49,000 in that. I'm proposing that we put $100,000 in that. That can serve two purposes. One is that it helps to identify any costs that we may have sooner rather than later in remediating the salt well issue. And we all know that we're working toward an agreement with the DOT on that. And then whatever we don't have to spend in that regard, then we can start building a capital reserve for the future infrastructure cost of our public water system. Frankly, if we think that $100,000 isn't enough on that, I think we could consider even more than that. But I think it's important that we start putting additional money aside to, build that capital reserve for our future public water system.
Anthony, is capital reserve money invested at the same interest rate as undesignated fund money?
Yes,
It is.
it is.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to say thanks for the priority list here. I only have one curious question, and that is under the cemetery related. As you're talking about future facilities truck, do you have any estimate as to when the need for a new truck is going to happen?
Yeah, now. And here's the dilemma that we've run up against is obviously we didn't get the article approved for the purchase of that until July. And we've been obviously set back by COVID, and I'm just having difficulty crafting the specs for that simply because I don't know enough about, that in order to do a credible job. I mean, Rick has provided some support, but we're still trying to figure out what are the best specs that we need that meets our needs without buying a Cadillac,
Right.
if you will.
We'll buy the Ford.
Yes.
So why won't you carry that money forward for this next year?
Oh, we will. I think we'll have to, Rick. And maybe you can suggest, I'm unsure of the mechanics of that. How do we do that? Would we need another warrant article in order to spend that in the coming year, or is there another mechanism for that?
I believe we do.
You believe we do need to pass a warrant?
Yes.
Okay.
Ricky, I thought we don't have to pass a new warrant article because if the money was approved in the current year's budget and it had a specific purpose, then
To
that
carry
money-
forward.
right. It
We have
carries
to put something in there for carry forward.
Yeah, it doesn't go into the undesignated fund. That
That's
money is still there for what we need in the new year.
Absolutely. That's what I mean.
Okay, so yeah. And so if we carry it forward, then would that necessitate a warrant article?
I believe you have to for that, correct, Melanie?
I think we had figured out this last year, Ricky, that we didn't have to, and I think we got MMA's interpretation on it. And it had something to do with the paving budget for the transfer station that was carried over and whether or not we could still access that money. And I think the way we did it was if it unspent monies that did not have a specific purpose could then go back to the undesignated fund, but if it had a purpose, it stayed with that purpose?
But you know, I
You
think
may be
the
right.
paving may be a little different, Melanie, and that was all capital reserve, and that's something that the select board has purview over. Where the facility truck, we were using some fund balance along with capital reserve for that. And of course, the voters have to approve the use of the undesignated fund. And I guess the question is does last year's approval, would that carry forward to that portion of the undesignated fund in the coming year?
I would think it would.
It
Okay.
should be.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's already been approved, so we got to carry it forward so the taxpayers know that
Okay.
to make more money.
So Nick, if you'll make a note of that.
I mean, I'm stumped as to why it's, 5 months is a long time to try to figure out a 1-ton truck spec with a sander and a plow. Are there nuances that I don't have any idea about with the truck?
It's the same one. I just haven't had a lot of time to help him with it.
Gotcha.
Busy.
You're the culprit. So that being said, we have property mower. So the 15,000 for cemetery related expenses, that's $5,000 for the extending of the water. And is this 5,000 towards a new mower and another 5,000 for a truck?
Well, $5,000 toward the truck, if we wanted to, well, I guess it's 6 to 1, half dozen to the other. If we wanted to start building the next capital reserve for the next truck that we have to buy, then you could do that. If it's a matter of, well,
I guess I'm sort of like, if we're buying a new truck and we're buying a new truck now, then if we don't have to spend another $5,000 on a truck that we most likely shouldn't need for several years if we're building a brand new vehicle.
correct. But remember, we have 2 trucks. Now, one's a 1-ton truck and one's a pickup truck. So we may want to start putting money away to replace. Are you familiar with that green pickup truck that we have, Melanie?
Yeah, is that the
Yeah.
one that we just did the handbrake on? Or
We have not done the handbrake on that one as of yet. That cost came in a little more than I was anticipating, about twice as much as I was anticipating. So I have not moved forward on that. I guess we can discuss that at another time. But it might behoove us to start working towards saving up to replacing that green pickup truck at some point.
Okay, Bruce, did you have something?
That was, Anthony answered that question. Yeah, not answered, but answered it for you. Is for the replacement of the second truck or to start the budget so we're not having a big expense when it comes time. I mean, we really, the 1-ton that we're replacing, we really went too far, too long. We put a lot of money in that 1-ton.
And how old is that one? Is it God, it seems like 13 years old or something.
Yeah.
The 1-ton, yeah, it's somewhere
Yeah.
around there.
Okay.
Anthony, on page 83, which is part of this capital reserve revenues item, there are a lot of zeros listed for current budget and budget request. Will some of those be filled in before the start of the new year?
Yes, sir. So, again, once we close out the books for the year, I feel more comfortable with that. But keep in mind, Jack, that our revenues, and I think this is part of the tangle of having a January 1 fiscal year, is that the voters only approve a certain number of those revenue accounts, and the rest that they don't. And so it behooves the town to wait and get a clearer picture later in the year of how those revenues are coming in. Let's say municipal revenue sharing as an example, so that we can better, as we approach committing taxes, we have a much clearer understanding of what our year's experience will be in that revenue account. And that's when we go to commit the taxes, that's when we would plug in those figures in order to impact what the tax commitment will be. And I don't know that I explained that very well. Was that
Well,
clear?
I'm really thinking of a lot of the small items which by themselves don't amount to much, but collectively they do amount to something. Like remediation, animal control, TAP sale, I don't know what that is. Miscellaneous income, waste hauler. You know, I think we still charge $100 a year for waste haulers.
Yeah.
Driveway permits, victualler, and you know, the list goes on. There are a bunch of these things.
Yeah.
I wonder if each of these things will be addressed in its own right to put into the budget before we sign off on the final budget.
Yes, we will we'll fill those in with, you know, what the year's experience has been this year after December the 31st. But again, even after we do that, those are things that don't have to be approved by the voters. And so we may adjust those figures upward or downward, depending upon the experience before we commit taxes. So those are all revenue streams that factor into the commitment of the taxes.
Yeah, as long as they're reflected in that way, that
Yes.
answers my question. But
Okay.
there are a lot of these things that need to be addressed, although they're small individually.
Thanks, Jack. All right, does anybody else have any thoughts about capital reserves, taking money out of the undesignated fund towards these items? Tom, were you saying something?
You're muted, Tom.
Thank you. Question on the well contamination. Have we exhausted all the alternative solutions at this point?
We have. The building of the public water system, Tom, was the least preferred. As it turns out, it's the only viable solution.
Well, I guess, you know, is there a report I can review? But I guess my question is, if we're able to get uncontaminated water from the state site, as well as my understanding is the Stevens pit next door has uncontaminated water, it just doesn't seem from a common sense standpoint that we would need to move to a public water supply. Is my observation.
Well, that public water supply would come from the DOT well. So that would be the source of the supply.
Which is ironic, given that's supposed to be the source of the contamination.
It is. I will send you a YouTube link of the last select board discussion of that, in which the hydrogeologist talks about having threaded the needle there. I mean, it was a long shot at best, but they found the vein where they could drill and hit potable water. But you're right. Logically, it doesn't make sense that would be good water there, but for whatever reason, it is.
Okay. I'll appreciate the YouTube. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
All right, does anybody have anything else at this juncture? All right, seeing none, I'd like to back it up and we'll go to Public Works.
Yeah, and Jason is with us now too, and I'll give a brief overview, and then you guys can ask Jason any questions that you might have. So what I want to really call your attention to is the bottom line figure for our roads general maintenance budget, and because we obviously have a new road commissioner, and by the way, I think he's doing a fantastic job, and he's been very agreeable to any suggestions that have been brought to him. But it's going to take Jason a few years, I think, to sort of dial in exactly how much money he wants and needs in each of these line items. And so the important thing is that, that he has the total amount of money available for what he needs to do. So in the coming years, for instance, those wages and how much we use in operating versus contracted services versus rentals. I think those are things that he's going to be dialing in. But again, it's just important that he has the total amount of money that he needs in order to do the job. And we will figure that out, I think, each of those line items in the coming year. And so we've budgeted $20,000 more in road maintenance this year over last year. And the reason for that is what we are proposing, and this is something that was endorsed by the road committee and by the budget committee, is that we created a line item there, line item 50-56 for paving prep. And so what we want to do is spend $20,000 preparing the roads that are going to be part of the 2022 paving project. So this coming year will be the last year of paying off the bond on the last paving project, which was the Bartlett Road, the Dunn Road, and the Wings Mills Road. And this money will sort of address preparing the roads in the coming year that will be part of the next 3-year road paving project, or road paving bond, I should say.
Anthony, I think I'm a member of the road committee. I think during the coming year, it will behoove the town to, the road committee to propose the set of roads that would be addressed in the 2022 program.
Yeah.
If we're going to put money into paving preparation, we have to know and be in agreement on what roads we're going to be preparing.
Yeah. Yeah, and fortunately, Jack has created a spreadsheet that gives us an idea of the roads that we are going to need to be addressing, and some of those are in the village. And I think, Jason, we've talked about the Guptill Road and the Depot Road. Are there any other roads that you can recall? And you're going to have to unmute yourself, but any other roads that you can recall that we talked about addressing?
Yeah, some of the small roads, like over by Skunk Alley, and them roads are bad. And the Damon Road is kind of in rough shape. But which ones are more important? I guess we all have to decide how much we can do and which ones, which ones we think need to be addressed first. So.
The $20,000 increase in rentals.
So, and again, Melanie, this is I think you may have gotten up when I mentioned this, but
I did hear trying to, this is Jason's first year doing it. So I got that part and trying to tweak.
Yeah.
So.
And so what we did there is we just looked at the experience that we've had in this budget under Jason's leadership and just tried to translate those numbers moving forward. So I think, with the new road commissioner, he's going to do the job a little differently than his predecessor did. And I think it's just going to take us a couple of years just to dial in sort of what his secret sauce is as far as how much he wants to spend on each one of those line items.
So I feel like we don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater, so the budget that we've held over the years has got to be pretty reflective. It's not like we're doing something crazy.
I agree with you, but I think that's the case with the bottom line figure as opposed to any particular line item. I mean, to me, the bottom line figure is the important number. Does the road commissioner have the total resources available in order to do the job as in the way that the community would like to see it done? And
the answer to that is always going to be no.
Well, you're probably
going to be done the way the whole community wants. Like, perfect example, Jason, is the rumble strip on the West Road. I particularly love it because every year there is a bad accident at the end of my driveway, at least every year, if not every other year. So I have literally noticed people slowing down.
Right. Yeah. And it depends on which roads we prepare for pavement and how much work there is on each road. It's kind of very hard to judge how much money. I mean, once we figure out which roads we're going to do and what we're going to do, then it'd be easier to figure out how much we need in the budget. I mean, I guess as far as the regular road maintenance, that's pretty easy to figure out for like trees and cleaning the ditches and all that kind of stuff and all the cleanup, but yeah, so.
Now, in 10,000 down for wages,
So again, it's just based on this year's experience. And what we tried to do was just make sure that we, had the 135 that we spent this year for road maintenance plus the $20,000 for the paving prep. And then base those line items on what the current year's experience has been.
All we have to do in thinking of road budget is remember the interest and principal payments that we have to do each year on the borrowed money to have an even flow of capital investment. And we started with, several years ago, we started with a figure of $400,000 a year as a kind of a baseline. Currently, the number is what, $408,000 or something like that, $408,000. So
Yeah.
that gives us a kind of a starting point about where to think of the size of the overall road budget. But
Yes,
I think of that interest payment as part of the road budget.
Melanie, if I can for a minute.
yes.
Have you exhausted your funds this year, Jason?
I believe there's probably about 20,000 left, 15 to 20.
Hey, Nick, can you just look at that real quick and see how much money is left in the general maintenance budget that has not yet been spent?
And my next question is it some stuff you didn't get done this year that you wanted to?
Yeah, because I didn't start until I'm not even sure when I became road
Late
commissioner.
July.
Yeah.
Sometimes halfway through the year.
A lot of shoulder work that hasn't been touched along the edge. The West Road was really bad. A lot of washout and stuff.
Oh, was
Trying to
it?
figure out the easiest way to clean that up because there's a lot of sod and a lot of leaves in it. So I thought about trying to grade it and put it back in. It balls right up and cleans up. I mean, so much winter sand we put out over the years and it just piles up on the edge of the road. And then when it starts washing out and getting under the hot top and it breaks on, the whole thing. So there's all kinds of that cleanup to do still.
My main concern was if you exhausted your funds for this year, but because you did a lot of work, there's no doubt about it. So.
Right. But
There's about 28,000 left.
Did you say 28,000?
That's what I have. You talking about the entire roads general maintenance?
No. I'm just talking about general maintenance. Don't include plowing and sanding or.
Right. Yeah. Yep. 28,991.
Okay.
Yep. So more than I thought. But I've got probably about 6,000 that I have turned in. I haven't got, so probably between 23 or somewhere around there.
You got 20,000 we haven't used.
Right.
I mean, pretty easy figuring. Why couldn't we carry that forward into this next year's budget so we didn't have to raise that at all?
You could do that. If we just let it lapse into the road capital reserve, then that's money that we could apply toward the 2022 paving project. So it just depends on how the board wants to slice that.
But when we put out the paving bids, we always fund it elsewhere. We don't take the money out of the account to do it. It's a bond usually. So that's kind of putting money in the bank that we don't need to be there, I think.
Well, okay, so let me ask about that. So I'm unsure of how it's been done in the past, but I would think that we would want to reduce the amount that we have to borrow as much as possible, while still, not creating huge ups and downs, as Jack just alluded to, with our debt service. And so it would seem to me that we might want to consider using portions of the undesignated fund and of the capital reserve and offsetting some of the paving cost in order to reduce the amount that the town has to borrow. Because the paving would be a capital expense, it'd be a one-time expense.
But usually you can borrow money pretty cheap. So and we found that out. That's why we've been doing it.
Oh,
I still think it's better than raising people's taxes. And just give me a little, let me go back a little bit. What is the percentage of our tax bill for just the municipal itself?
17%.
10%? How much was it?
17.
Okay, I was right on the money. Imagine that. All right. You know, we nickel and dime this to death where we don't have any control of the rest of it. You know, I think we spend a lot of time on this we don't need to do, but that's my opinion.
Yeah.
I
Well,
realize it's one thing that we can deal with, but we don't do anything to cut back the school's budget or the county's budget.
Yeah.
They're all day cutting our own people. And this has been eating on me for a while. This is why I'm telling you right now that we spend a lot of time on this, cutting our own people for nothing. And it just bothers me. You know, if everybody else was doing the same thing, I wouldn't have quite such a problem. But, you know, 17% of the budget is ridiculous.
And I hear you, Rick.
I hear you too. I hear you.
What I try to tell people is that the tax rate is largely beyond our control. And but the portion that we do control, I think we have, you know, and I know you agree with this, the portion that we do have control over, I just think we have to be as conscientious about as possible.
I agree with you, but I don't, you know, I think we sat here and deal over $50 when, you know, what the heck, what's $50 going to do? You know, we're not going to change the rate, your tax rate very much with 17% of the budget. Do the math.
Yeah. Well, and that's why I want you guys to think about this on a higher level is if you want more road maintenance budget, you know, we can provide that. I'm sure Jason would be happy to have the work. It's just a matter of, you know, what level of service do you want when it comes to road maintenance? If you want a higher level of service, you know, tell us, hey, we'd rather spend $200,000 on this and we'll go to the drawing board and figure out how to do that.
I don't think that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying,
No.
You know, I'm saying over the overall municipal budget, we nickel and dime people to death.
Yeah.
Maybe it's time we take a different approach to this and go for it.
Yeah. Well, and one other point I want to address that you raised is that I totally agree with you. We're going to have to borrow money for the paving project. There's no doubt about that. And you're right. Money is cheap to borrow right now, but I just want to limit the amount of interest costs that we're having to pay simply because that doesn't, interest costs don't reflect direct services to the citizenry.
The problem with using too much out of the capital reserve, undesignated fund, or anything else for paving versus bonding is by 1 year funding more of it out of that versus the next cycle, you're getting back into those waves again.
Mm-hmm.
If you stick to bonding most of the project, you're going to have more of a stable payment that's levels off throughout all the different cycles.
Yeah. And I understand and I agree with you, Dan. We have to be careful that we only use those funds for one-time capital expenses.
Doesn't that affect our borrowing power too, the capital reserves do? I mean, they're done
Sure.
funds. I think
Sure.
healthy
Sure.
one, you get a better rate than some town that doesn't.
That's correct. Your bond rating is based upon what your debt service is and how much you have in capital reserves and undesignated fund. But do keep in mind, our undesignated fund is super, super healthy. So I think, you know, we are well within the AAA rating.
Okay, I beat this enough. Let's move on.
All right, does anybody else have any questions about this?
I don't have a question about this, but I have another question.
Okay,
Can we take a 5-minute break?
how about we shoot for 10?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it. All right, all those,
There is one road issue that I meant to bring up. And that is that you guys will recall we talked about improving the housekeeping over at the sand salt shed. And so when I met with Dave Stevens over there, one of the ideas was to hot top underneath the community sand pile that little shed with the sand in it where people can go and get their sand for storms. And so I haven't gotten a figure yet from Jason on what he estimates the cost of that would be. But I think, and I wish Rick were here with us, but I think that oh, there you are, Rick. That would be a good use of our road capital reserve, is just paying for that hot topping underneath that little sand shed. What are y'all's thoughts about that?
Where would that runoff go?
Well, it go where it's going right now. But Dave's point, Jack, was that it's easier to clean up the spillage over there if it's a paved surface rather than just the dirt that it's sitting on right now.
Just to enlighten you a little bit, I've been checking that after every time they've been out. And they've been doing a real good job cleaning it up. There's hardly anything there. So 100% better.
That's terrific to know. Thank you, Rick.
Now, one thing that I did notice when I went to get my 2 buckets of sand, there is a lot of salt. And I'm wondering, is that the standard mix that we're putting out on the road? Because not even 50-50. I'm going to say we're probably,
I think it's 5 to 1.
40% salt, 60% sand. And if that's the mix that we're putting down on the roads, we're going to whip through that salt budget quicker than we should be.
I'll double check with Dave Stevens. I mean, Rick just mentioned the ratio of 5 to 1. That's my understanding as well. And you know, we've got the same guy that's been mixing it for years. So I'll check with him on that. But
you may have spots where there's more salt and, you know.
Oh, I was literally scooping the saltier parts out into my bucket. I was like, you know, I'll take what I can get for melting the stuffer in my walkway and stuff. But I just was like, wow, that's a lot of salt. That's a lot of salt that we're seeing, and it is big salt crystals.
Happens.
Yeah.
Especially sometimes when you get the salt that chunks up, it doesn't mix in real well and you end up with a big chunk of salt.
Yeah, and I wondered if it was like the early mixing, like we mixed and then this gets moved, and then as the pile gets down a little bit, if we can mix it in better. That's one thing. It's not my area of expertise. So. All right, so we are.
Hey, Melanie, Jason just jumped back in with us, and he's connected to audio now. So, Jason, do you have any expectation or estimation about how much it would cost to hot top underneath that little community sand shed there at the sand salt shed?
I wouldn't think it'd be more than $2,000 to $3,000, maybe a little bit more. It's not a very big area.
Yeah.
Could get it measured out and get a price from somebody.
No. I think at this point we just wanted an estimate. But what I'd like to do is once this winter is over with, where we could plan on hot topping underneath that in the springtime or the summertime, so that next winter it would help us with our housekeeping over there. And if it's going to be that little of a cost, then I would just propose that's something we just do out of the road capital reserve.
I'm just guessing. I don't know don't seem like
$5 grand in there, and you're sure. $5 grand will cover everything, prep work and all.
Well, if it's a capital cost, it's not something that we would necessarily, and if we pay it out of the road capital reserve, it's not something we would include in the operating budget. And so, you know, that's partly why I'm proposing doing that. Is it does give us some flexibility on both the cost and the funding.
Or would that come out of the salt well remediation?
It could come out of that as well, which is, you know, for all intents and purposes, I think a capital reserve. But yes. Okay. So do you guys want to talk about revenues and then raises. Our revenues are on page 83. So Jason, I think we're done talking about roads. I appreciate you being here.
All right, 83.
Okay, so as I mentioned a little bit earlier, I filled in some of these, the major revenue streams, but remember that there's just a very few number of revenue items that the voters have to approve as a warrant article. And so what we've done is, we've just looked at what the actual experience has been, and that is on page 87. And again, that experience is through November the 18th and just sort of projected out. And so, we are budgeting more conservatively on our motor vehicle excise taxes this year, simply because, again, things remain so uncertain right now, and about 15 to 17% of our excise taxes comes from new car sales. And it is reasonable to think that the full impact of the recession that we are currently experiencing won't be felt until 2021, which could mean fewer new car sales. And so that's why we've gone conservatively on that. The other thing I wanted to highlight, well, two things I wanted to highlight. You see recreation fees, we've reduced that dramatically. And so and we'll talk about this when we get to recreation. So while we've budgeted expenses in rec as if we're going to have a normal year, we've budgeted the revenues as if we would only generate the same amount of revenue that we have this year, when we were very limited basically to only two revenue sources, and that being our after school program and our summer camp program, both of which had less participation than in years past. The good news with that is, if we are able to offer more programming, then that increases that figure right there. If we aren't able to offer the same amount of programming that we would normally have, well, then our expenses will be much reduced from what we've budgeted. The other is bank interest. And as I think I mentioned to you guys last year, bank interest has fluctuated wildly from year to year. And so this year, when you look at bank interest year to date, line item number 59, we budgeted $7,500 and the experience has been $40,000. Whereas the previous year, it was much less than that. And so it has just yo-yoed up and down. And frankly, it's something that Nick and I are still trying to get a handle on as to what is influencing that bank interest. But, it makes me I feel like maybe 10,000 is perhaps overly conservative for that line item, but I'm also nervous about, what we have had years recently. And let me see, I have a page with this written down on it right here. So as recently as 2017, we only had $7,700 in bank interest earnings, line item there, number 59. And in 16, it was $7,100. Now it's been much more than that since then, but frankly, I'm kind of at a loss as to what would be a good budget figure there where we can ensure that we meet budget, but not grossly under budget.
One of the things I noticed, Anthony, is that there's nothing listed under landfill remediation. And I didn't notice anything about the landfill remediation in the transfer stations budget. Where would I find that line item?
So when you say landfill remediation, number 50, line item number 50?
Yes, is that page 83? Hold on.
Yeah. Well, we don't have it, we haven't had any experience with that. In other words, we haven't collected any revenue in that line item as of November the 18th.
We have an expense for that, though? Does this
Well-
have to do with the Chandler Road, the former landfill? And
So
what
we-
are our obligations there? Because I thought we had to test it.
Yes, so those are expenses, but again, this is the revenue side of that. And again, not having a long history with the town, I'm not sure what revenue we might collect from landfill remediation.
I don't think we will. It just, when I saw the thing there, it kind of jumped me back to the other
Yeah.
budget
But
and.
but you're right, there are expenses associated with, continuing expenses associated with the discontinuation of that landfill operation.
And do we have, does anybody know off the top of their head? Is Bruce still here? No.
Yeah, Bruce is here.
Bruce is there. Sorry, Bruce, you're right in the middle. I looked all the way around you.
We do have expenses and it is in the budget. We have mowing and fertilizing and liming up on the Channel Road and same thing on the Dunn Road.
Okay.
And plus we still have, they scaled back our testing on the wells at the Dunn Road facility. DEP has scaled back. I think they're only testing, Anthony may be able to correct me on this. I think they're only testing 2 wells now instead of all of them or just 1 well.
You know, I know that they have reduced the amount of testing, Bruce. I don't know the particulars.
And then do we still have to test the soil on the Chandler Road?
No, only thing we have to test is the only test we usually do there is just to test see if it needs to be fertilized or lined.
Okay.
We've been sending that to University of Maine to be done.
I was just gonna ask, do we do that cooperative extension? I knew there was something there in the back of my mind that we have to do on a yearly basis, and I don't want us to miss it.
One other revenue line item I'd like to call attention to, and this is not something that the voters approved, but I thought it would be of interest to the board. So we've already gotten, in fact, Nick, have we received, there's Nick. Nick, have we received our local road assistance program funds as of yet?
I have not seen them come in, no.
Okay, so we're anticipating that supposedly by month's end, but our local road assistance from the state, you see there at line item number 42 on page 83 is $42,906. That was only about $3,000 less than what we got last year. And I have learned this past year that local road assistance may only be used for very specific purposes, one of which is to use toward bonded indebtedness. And so that we don't raise and appropriate the whole amount of that bond payment this year, I'm proposing that we dedicate that nearly $43,000 to that bond payment in the coming year.
What's the amount on the bond payment?
Let's see. That's on our debt services. Let me see if I can find that. Oh. So that is $418,000.
And just real quick, we have received that money. I just did a quick search.
Oh, we did. Okay.
Yeah.
So we will apply that towards next year's bond payment. Gary, did you have your hand up?
Nope.
Okay.
And what's the amount on that, Nick?
42,972.
Thank you.
Oh, they sent us a few more dollars than they told us they would.
Apparently.
Do we have to word that any differently? Or would we take that money, put it into what would we do? Put it into the capital reserve and then take it out of the capital reserve to make the bond payment?
Correct. So when we do the wording on the warrant article, we would note that $42,972 of that is coming from local road assistance that has been transferred from the undesignated fund.
Okay.
Do you guys have any other questions about revenue? If not, let's talk about raises a little bit. So, and this was a topic of discussion at the budget committee meeting. And so we had initially proposed a 3% pay increase in 2021. And we actually went and calculated that based on anniversary dates for individual employees who we think will warrant a pay raise in the coming year. And so that total cost, if we were to give 3% pay increase, and let me look at the number of employees, and this would not affect any of our minimum wage seasonal employees, but we're talking about 1, 2, 3. So we're talking about 14 employees, along with obviously our fire and rescue department volunteers. So if we were to give those folks a 3% increase, that would amount to a total expenditure of $10,639. Now, there was a sentiment that we should not increase pay any more than the consumer price index for the coming year. And was that the right indices that we talked about, Gary? Am I right about that? Yeah, it's the cost of living, but it was based on the CPI, if I recall correctly. And so that would be 1.3%. And so if we were to give those folks a 1.3% pay increase, the total cost on that would be $4,610. So you're essentially talking about a difference of about $6,000 to the town budget between giving those employees a 3% pay raise or a 1.3% pay increase. And I'll let others speak to this who have differing opinions. Gary?
Well, the other part of that was we talked about merit increases instead of just an across the board increase, where you would apply that difference between 1.3 and 3% as merit increases for your people, vice just an increase of 3%.
Correct. Thank you for reminding me of that. You're absolutely right. And it pains me to have to say that.
I feel good about it.
So, Bruce?
My biggest thing on the 3%, like Ricky had said earlier, is we're only 17% of our overall taxes. And, this is all the other entities around, including the state, is still doing pay increases. And I think it's foolish that we're gonna, we seem to have a pretty decent crew going. And I think it's awful to say, knit pennies for, when they could go elsewhere and get better money. I mean, I've been an advocate for this for the last 3 or 4 years on pay increases. And, if we want to keep our help and, keep things going, I just think we need to stay with everybody else across the state. I mean, I can tell you in my field, it's not 3%, it's more like 40 to 50% increase, pay increase a year. So it's huge, and 3% is nothing.
I agree with Bruce.
And it seems like a couple of years ago, we held raises. And I think we've kind of jacked our employees over the years where, folks argued at a 2% increase. And, I feel like we do have to get on board with, we had someone that started and promptly got done immediately because she was offered a better paying job with benefits in another community. So, and we almost lost Mary. We're not doing it again, Mary. You're stuck, woman.
When we study wage increases, do we benchmark all the existing current bordering towns around Oakland, Sydney, Manchester, so forth, for
Yeah, so
reasonably equivalent jobs?
yeah, so the MMA does an annual survey, Jack, and so the employment guidelines that we discussed at the last select board meeting, the salary ranges that I proposed updating in those guidelines were based on MMA figures. And so, you know, you might expect that I would feel this way, but I totally agree with Bruce. I do think we have an outstanding team in place right now. You know, honestly, I don't know that there are any employees that I would trade right now. And so I would like to do what we can in order to try to keep some continuity within that team in the coming year.
How much is
agree.
it? How
We're
much
only
is that?
talking $10,000.
Yeah, how much was that 3% raise number?
It's like
Yes, it was
10,000.
$10,639.
I'd go for 6%.
And I got a question. How many tax bills do we send out in a year?
Oh, golly. Nick, do you know the answer to that?
Give me a sec, I can find out.
Okay.
Just ballpark. I mean, it's.
Wasn't it something like 2,200 or so?
Yeah, it says like in 2000 something, yeah.
Okay. So you're talking $5 a tax bill for a 3% raise.
It's actually 3,000, I just looked, just over 3,000.
Okay. So you're talking probably
3.75.
yeah, $3 or $4 per tax bill.
Right.
I'm comfortable with an across the board 3% increase.
I don't want to scare everybody, but I'd go even higher. But again, that's just my opinion.
Ernie?
Yeah, I'm in agreement. In that, you know, and this is maybe a little bit of an offshoot of what Ricky was saying before our break, in that, you know, we can have the greatest fire trucks in the world. We can have the best paved transfer station. We can have, you know, the greatest compactors. We can have the finest gym in the rec center. But if we don't have people to, you know, competent and credible and capable people to committed, you know, dedicated to this town and what they're doing, showing up all the time, doing their very best, you know, all we have are things. And those things we can put off, you know, paving something, we can put off, you know, hold on to a fire truck a little longer, or, you know, things like that, you know, maybe cut back on what we spend on salt or all these different things. But, you know, when it comes to investing in what makes this town really work, you know, our personnel is really among the best we have to offer, and we should, you know, reward that as best as possible. I am in favor of doing whatever we can. There is something to be said for merit pay for those people that go above and beyond. You know, whether it's, you know, some sort of a bonus kind of thing or whatever, it can have an effect. I don't know if we've done that before. We want to do that, but, you know, it's something to consider. And I remember just for a moment, you know, before I ever became, you know, got on this board, you know, the idea was, you know, yeah, we spend so much on the school budget, and the county squeezes us so hard. And I thought, oh, it would be so easy to just come in and, you know, bang my shoe on the table and say, no more. But I've found out, as we all have, that, you know, that's we're kind of powerless to do that in a lot of respects. But what we can do is exactly what we're doing, is encourage exactly what we're doing here with the school board and their budget, you know, potentially with the county and their budget, is to hold, get them to do the very best with the smallest amount they can, and to hold the line or keep things flat. And to some degree, what we're doing here, while we have a tendency sometimes to get lost in the weeds or you get deep in the minutia of a few dollars here and a few dollars there. It's really what we're called to do, and to do the very best we can with as little as possible from the taxpayers, because you're right, there's so little that we can do with only 17% of the budget in our control. So, amen.
Yeah, Melanie, if I can, I'd like to weigh in on this a little bit.
Yeah.
I agree with Gary. I like the merit raise, but I would be willing to give up to 3% if the person has earned it. I don't think we just ought to give 3% to everybody. They're just going to think, just like I would, say, well, I'm going to get 3% no matter what I do. They work hard and they earn up to 3%, and the town manager gives them that right to give them the 3%. If a person isn't doing what he should be doing, he's maybe only going to get 1%. I think you need incentives for everybody for their goals and their jobs.
I agree with Rick.
I also think that the best investment any town can make is in the people that run it and the people that make it work. So although I'm not married to a particular number, I do like merit pay, but I also like the fact that you can incentivize people simply by appreciating what it is that they're doing.
Yeah. And to speak to that point, Kathy, as you know, pay is an important factor, but it's actually lower on the list than a lot of different factors for why people enjoy their job. And the number one factor, as Kathy just mentioned, is people feeling valued and appreciated and validated.
And there's other things you can do to that too. I mean, if you look around at a lot of the other towns now and a lot of businesses, employee of the month, or employee of the year, something like that. A piece of paper goes a long ways.
Yeah.
Yep.
And to speak to this particular item, Mary and I recently had a conversation, and I thought she had an excellent idea. And I think in the coming year, what I'd like to do is explore with our employees and figure out what the cost would be if we were to offer some sort of a cafeteria style benefit plan where they could sort of, because people don't understand how much of those benefits actually pay into your total compensation. And so see if there are different options that they might choose from that they feel like would better serve them from a compensation standpoint. So, some people may value having 100% of their premium paid versus having a 3% pay raise. And I just think those are things I'd like to explore with our employees and with the numbers to see what that might mean for our organization.
When I was on the board before, we were doing that with different plans for health insurance that we're offering. Whatever happened to that?
At one point, Mary, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me a couple years ago, we were going to explore changing plans and providing more in the way of healthcare benefits for employees. And I don't remember what happened to that conversation, but that was actually that was back when Denny Keschel was here.
Yeah, I'm not sure I wasn't part of that conversation, Kathy, but it has been discussed on a number of different occasions and has not been pursued because of the cost involved on offering family health insurance. But I think in speaking with Anthony, we're talking about offering different plans or different options, maybe offering a 50% family plan or something like that, where the employee would pay in a larger percentage of their benefits. But yeah, I wasn't here when that discussion happened with Denny.
You might want to turn your volume down because we're
But-
getting a little
Am I
feedback.
too loud?
Yeah, well, no, I think the feedback is because she's sitting right next to,
Right
to
next to Katie.
and they both have Zoom on, and when Zoom is in too close a proximity with one another, it creates feedback.
Sorry.
Yeah, back to what you were just asked, Kathy, there was a committee supposed to be set up to look over the insurances. And if I recall right, by the time they got to do it, it was too late that year to do anything because you had a date, you had to have everything in. And we ran into that problem. And I think probably it's like a lot of other stuff got thrown down the river.
Okay.
But I think
And
that was an option that we was gonna look at to see where we could get the most for our money. And at that point, MMA, I believe, was the cheapest one, just because I don't think anybody really did the homework.
yeah, well, and so in the coming year, we will explore those options because the enrollment period occurs each November, but the plan doesn't actually take effect until January. So we could build that into, the 2022 budget. And I will say this for what it's worth, my wife, who is a pharmacist, was just blown away by how good the MMA health insurance is. It's much better than what's offered at some of the hospitals where she's worked. So in that regard, I do think we have a really good plan. It's just a matter of, as Mary mentioned, what might we do that would be preferable to employees as opposed to necessarily increasing pay?
One other thing I'd like, one other thing.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Rick.
This is something maybe Steve Smith could help you out on too.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Because Steve had come and done a presentation with us.
That was on the insurance for the whole town. And what happens on that is once the word gets out that you're shopping for insurance, the company that you're with can lock it so nobody else can get a price.
Yeah.
Not a good deal.
Well, and as you guys know, I mean, one of the benefits of being part of the MMA is you're dealing with a much larger pool,
Right.
so that the experience, if we were just to go it alone, if any one of us were to have some sort of a catastrophic illness or injury or something, that's going to be a big hickey on our rates in the ensuing years.
Something else I'd like to see the town do some research on and possibly pursue would be health savings accounts.
Yep.
Because you could even do that to encourage some of the part-time employees to be part of that, even if they don't have the health insurance. The town could put so much money into a health savings account, and the employee can then also put the money in, tax deferred, well, tax-free because you don't tax it. And it gives somebody a little bit of a cushion too for prescriptions or whatever. And it doesn't cost a whole lot to do that. The company I work for has that. I can either contribute to it or not, but they put in so much every pay period, and it's not a whole lot, but $1,200 a year that they put in, takes care of a lot of $10 prescriptions or whatever.
Yep.
So Dan, did I hear you say that they contribute to it whether you do or not?
Yes. Yep. And basically I have a checkbook that comes from Machia Savings, who administers the HSA, and it can only be spent for medical or dental or prescriptions.
Yeah. We do have HRAs, but not an HSA.
Right. Yeah, I know. I was the one that pushed for the reimbursement when I was on the board the last time. But an HSA will also help down the road, because you can set that up so if the employee leaves, that they can keep their HSA and take it with them. You can never use it, and when you retire, it's there for long-term care or anything else. It's just another benefit that doesn't really cost a whole lot.
Good thing to look into.
Yep.
So if I'm hearing the will of the board correctly, you guys are you're good with merit pay up to 3%.
Works for me.
Okay.
You can thank Tom for that, by the way.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
I don't know if I can afford to be in Tom's gratitude any deeper than I am right now. So we, as Melanie mentioned, we are way ahead of schedule. So what I might suggest is we can jump to some of the miscellaneous and follow-up items that I wanted to talk about. And in the meantime, I'll text Lily to see if she might be able to jump on sooner. So let me shoot her a quick text.
Should we pop a text right out to the next three and just let them know that we're way ahead of schedule? Is it possible for them to jump in earlier?
Yeah, so basically, other than Lily, I mean, we're talking about Chris Dutil, and I can shoot a text to Phil about the cemetery committee, although we also do have Bruce here, who is a member of the cemetery committee. So let me just shoot a quick email to Chris. All right, I've just texted everyone. So miscellaneous, there were a couple of things. We have had a couple of updates to this book since you received it. And the first thing I want to mention, I think I sent this out to you guys, but it was in regards to the dam committee budget. And so they did not realize how much they actually had in their accounts. And so this is page 79 of your book. And so that request of the town is not going to be 38.8. It's going to be much reduced than that. It's actually going to be $20,192.
What page is that?
That's page 79, Kathy.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I can repeat that figure if you need me to. But that's about, you know, almost $19,000 less than anticipated. Oh.
So does that mean on page 80, what's in the reserve fund is, we have 20,000, it says here in the reserve fund.
I'm sorry, Melanie. Can you say that? Repeat that for me, please.
On page 80, it says the reserve fund balance is 20,000.
Yeah, he was, I think, Nick, what is the balance of the dam committee account? Because I think that's something that they came up with, but I don't think that was actually a correct figure.
Yeah, that is not correct. One sec. Let me see if I can find the email I sent them.
Memory serves me, it was closer to like $88,000, wasn't it?
Well, that was the starting balance.
Okay.
That's what we started with. After everything's said and done, they should have 39,000 right around there left over. Right, opposed to the, I think he said 20,000.
Yeah. So you said $39,000 they have in their account right now?
Yeah, 39,538 is what I
Okay.
came to, and he looked at it and he agreed with it. So
Yeah, so the two pretty close. Bruce?
So are they gonna have enough money to finish the Wings Mills Dam? I thought that was gonna be finished this year.
Yes. So they are actually, there's a phase 2 of the remediation. And then they are also going to do some a modification to the village dam and actually to all three dams that they've got repairs scheduled. But yes, so yes, they do have the funding in order to finish up that Wings Mills Dam project. And they're actually meeting tomorrow to formally recommend their budget.
Okay.
So that was the first thing I wanted to mention. The second thing was in regard to our workers' comp. And so our workers' comp insurance is actually, we were just notified by the MMA, is actually going to be going up. So let me see where I can find that. Nick, do you recall what page that's on, our insurance?
63. is what the workers' comp
63.
budget is.
I actually had a little note here, like insurance, it's not on our list.
Yeah.
Yeah, 62, 63.
So the workers' comp, we budgeted 37,000. I think we actually only spent like about $32,000 this year, but we just got notification from MMA that our workers' comp insurance next year is going to cost $44,397. And that's based upon, you may recall, we did have a workers' comp claim that we dealt with this past year from the transfer station. One of our now former employees slipped on some ice and injured his neck.
Right.
So with the $5,000 that would be left this year, if we add that to the 37,000, we'd be just at 42.
Yeah, I get, that's one way to look at it. Mhm. So that was a change. Unfortunately, we don't have a whole lot of control over that. The other thing I wanted to bring up is, again, you guys know I just finished a research project that dealt with how Maine municipalities are responding budgetarily to the COVID recession. And typically during a recession, the full impact of it is not realized until a couple of years after the fact, which just makes everyone in municipal government really nervous right now about, we braced for the worst this year, but the impact of that may not actually fall until 2021. And so there's still a lot of uncertainty. I mean, for instance, the legislature has not yet determined what our municipal revenue sharing in the coming year is going to be. And that's our third largest revenue source behind property taxes and excise taxes. And so I did learn during the course of that research of one peer who took a pretty interesting move, in that they had a warrant article that gave the select board the authority to spend a certain amount of the undesignated fund as a contingency. And I mentioned this during the budget committee meeting, and there was some interest in the budget committee about doing something like that in the coming year. And obviously we wouldn't tap into it unless it was absolutely needed. But I'm interested in the board's thoughts on that, if that's something that you think that we should consider.
I guess I need a little time to think about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And again, I think the greatest uncertainty right now is just what's going to happen. Well, I think it's probably two things. It's what's going to happen with municipal revenue sharing, because this past year, the percentage of state receipts, sales and income taxes that the state shared with municipalities increased from 3% to 3.75%. That's not to say that the state won't decide to reduce that in order to balance its own budget in this coming year. And the same goes with homestead exemptions. You may recall that the homestead exemption was increased by $5,000 and the state fully funded that. And so, but that doesn't mean that they will necessarily fully fund it in the coming year or two. So I think those are probably the two greatest areas of uncertainty right now. And Dan, are you aware of any conversations that have gone on among the legislature on those regards? Okay. So anyway, so that would, that sort of article would just sort of serve as a life preserver if something totally unexpected would happen. And so lastly, that brings me to the warrant articles themselves. And if you want, so Lily has joined us. So what we could do is we could stop here and we can go back and address the warrant articles and listen to the recreation budget, or what's your preference, board?
You want to just finish this section and then we'll jump right to recreation?
Okay, all right. So as you can see from and this is at the very back of your book, I worked on trying to consolidate some of our warrant articles in anticipation that we will have a referendum town meeting this year. And in July, people came on election day and they would spend, up to 40 minutes or so standing there trying to work through all those warrants. And so I was looking at a way that we might be able to consolidate some of these warrants, condense some of the articles. And so this is the first draft, and it's just meant to be a starting point. I'm not married to this in any regard whatsoever. But one idea, so I also shared this with Jay Bradshaw, our town moderator. And one idea that Jay had that I kind of liked is that, maybe we reduce the amount of detail in these warrant articles, but and this speaks to something you were talking about earlier, Bruce, but we include that level of detail in the annual report, but the warrant article itself is more concise and simple in nature.
Yeah, I think that's what you and I talked about the other day too, Anthony.
Yeah, Dan.
Ricky, I saw you shaking your head on that.
Oh, yeah, Rick.
Well, again, not everybody reads that town report from cover to cover. They don't even look at it until they get there to vote. So I think you're going to get some false votes in there, I guess. People aren't going to know what they're voting for, which I'm not sure if a lot of them do anyways. But I would hope that at least with a little explanation on where you're voting, they'd have some idea what they're voting for. I think if there's nothing there, I think you're going to lose out on a lot of stuff. But again, something I need to think about a little bit.
Okay. Yeah. And again, this is just meant as a starting point for a discussion if we want to try to reduce the number of articles and reduce the number of pages on the ballot.
I understand, and I think that's a great idea, but we need to come up with a plan that's going to work, that people are going to understand what they're voting for.
Because in years past, we had it too succinct. And then the reason that we pulled some of that out is there wasn't enough explanation. And we were trying to be as transparent as we could be with what we have to work with for a budget.
We've tried several different ways, and we haven't found a good one yet. So we need to still a work in progress.
Right. Kathy?
I agree with Rick. I think that, first of all, if you give people too many documents to read, they're not going to read them. There ought to be a way to include it all in the same document, even if it means that we have to work hard to reduce the explanation to 1 or 2 sentences. So that, I'm just saying that because I agree with Rick. People are loath to read a lot of kind of stuff these days. And particularly when you're standing in a voting booth. So I think that there ought to be some other ways that we can consider so that they don't have to go back and forth between the annual report and the actual warrant article that they're voting on.
Now, are we restricted to anything with the voting booth? Because clearly, if we were to do more of an explanation in the annual report, and if a lot of this would be done by mail-in voting, or, you know, some folks going to actually vote in person. If the explanation is mainly in the book, we can't provide one book per voting booth because then people are going to be handling it. So is there anything under voting booth regulations that says that we could not take the explanations from the town report, post them, highlight, you know, this is public safety, this is the transfer station, have the explanations available there? No, Mary's shaking her head no.
No, I'm sorry about the background. It's my understanding that referendum articles cannot have words of explanation behind them. Right. You could do them for the floor of the town meeting for those articles, but if these are all going to be referendum, you're going to have to, you know, do due diligence to explain them through other means, whether it be in the town report, whether it be, you know, through the town website, but no explanations are permitted.
Yeah. I
So,
believe that's
so
even
Mary,
on the ballot. I believe that's even on the ballot. You can't have them.
Right.
Right, yeah, but I think there was something else, wasn't it, that you could post it on the way into the polling place, but once you were into the polling place, so it seemed like there was something about the school budget and it could be posted on the wall on the way in, the actual explanation, but when you got into the voting booth, you were being asked to vote on that, the
Right.
total.
Which also means a lot of people handling paper. You know, there's a lot of warrant articles, and that's a lot of explanation.
I'll get
So that's something else to consider. How many people are going to be handling all of those pages? Yeah, I'm not sure about having that explanation on the outside. I would have to take a look at the law, Melanie, on that.
Ricky?
You know, there is a way we can cut down on the voting thing, but we'd have to change our charter. We'd have to go from being a select board to a council, and that changes everything. And that may be something to look into. I mean, like, I know another town close to us, it's only got 5 articles that vote for the whole town, because a lot of it's done by the council before it ever gets to the town voters. So there is other ways around it. We just gotta maybe explore it a little bit more. Maybe that's where we need to go.
Okay, Ernie, did you have something?
Yeah, I think I agree with, you know, Anthony's proposal in general to, you know, cut back on the wording. You know, we have we started a communications committee that seems eager to find new and articulate ways to get information out to the town in, you know, all the different media we have now, ways to do that. I don't think we should necessarily do all the thinking for the voters. You know, when it comes down to, you know, other things on a ballot, like, you know, voting for a person or not, you know, there's much to learn about somebody's positions on something over their opponents. And for those who do that work, either reading, you know, promotional things that, you know, flyers that have been sent out or bios of them somewhere, they will know that, you know, this person I want to vote for over that person. some people will walk in and they'll just vote for somebody because they're, you know, have an R next to their name instead of a D. But, you know, the same is true of, you know, the way they vote on a referendum article. If you know, if they're more of an environmentalist, you know, in an article that pertains to that than somebody who isn't. Or if they're more concerned about, you know, the bottom line of costs versus somebody who isn't. So I think if we can do the very best we can to keep these warrant articles as lean as possible, and use everything within our power or within the, you know, the communications group that we have to make sure that the townspeople know exactly where this information is. If they want to do their homework, you know, if they want to find out something more about one article over another, then, you know, it's online, it's on paper, there's all kinds of places that they can find out about it, or they don't have to. You know, I mean, there's many people that don't have the time, don't take the time, as has been stated, and they just walk into a booth and they make a decision. And that's not going to change really all that much, whether there's you know, a huge amount of detail or not. It's just, you know, let's do what's best for us in this, as opposed to, you know, trying to, you know, overthink it for everybody.
Jack?
Yeah, I think in thinking about where you post the information, whether it's in the voting booth or in the entranceway to the voting booth, you have to think about the people who are now increasingly voting by absentee ballot and by mail, which those things wouldn't reach. I think the place to really look at is the town report, where most of the articles are for departments that are already reported in the town report. If you can limit the verbiage about what happened in the past year and make a presentation, a standardized format presentation within each one of the departments that's already being reported in the town report for the most part, then I think you can limit the growth of the town report, but get the information out into the hands of everybody and make it known that that's where the information is, and limit the article to a kind of a yes or no determination.
Jack Sutton is speaking my language, because I also think that those departmental reports in the annual report should be looking more forward than they are backward. And I think that you know, what he's just suggested, that, you know, maybe those departmental reports could speak to, you know, what's in their plan in the coming year and why their warrant articles are as they are, would be one good way of communicating what's in those warrant articles.
Gary?
I'd pump absentee ballots big time. I don't know what percentage voted that way last time, but I mean, that kind of takes the problem off the table. Bobby and I take days looking at each article and voting on it. I hope you all believe that. The more absentee ballot, you have all the material you need. You can sit at the kitchen table and vote forever. And your communications committee could spread that word by, you know, get an absentee ballot. Don't go in and vote. It's much easier that way.
And you won't get a kink in your neck reading through the whole thing.
We do, because we take a long time on each article.
Yeah.
Days.
And I think Gary raises a good point. I think voting has irreversibly changed in our country now. And I think people will be making much more use of absentee voting, and there is an advantage to that. And, you know, Melanie and I both serve on the communications committee, and we've already had conversations about ways that we will hope to communicate about what's going on in the election in the coming years. So I think we've got some good ideas for doing that.
All right, are we good here, Anthony? Can we move on to recreation, or is there?
Yeah, I think so. So I think, you know, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow up and work with Mary and just find out, you know, sort of what we can and can't do as far as the wording of referendum articles. And obviously there are some towns that have, even before COVID, conducted referendum town meetings, and I may get some examples of their warrants to see how they've done it as well. So yes, so recreation, Lily is here, recreation is on page.
Before we move on, Anthony,
Yes, sir.
just when you're starting to look at combining them, like we talked about,
Yes.
make sure that some of them can be and can't be. Because like I said, the ones for the petitioned things, I prefer not to have those all grouped into one. Just because you've had some select board members over the years that have not wanted to fund the fireworks. There's certain ones I don't want to fund. And I think what's going to happen is, like, if you group it all together, I'm going to vote not to recommend the whole thing, which I really don't want to do.
Yeah.
Also, I got thinking about that. These petition ones from Spectrum and the crisis assault or whatever, these petitions are actually supposed to have the warrant article on the top of them that they sign, and we're supposed to present them as written, I believe.
Yep, we are.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So, and Dan, you're not the only one who has mentioned that to me. And so if it's the will of the board, we just won't go there. We'll just split up all these special requests into their own individual articles.
Yeah. I think it needs to be. They're separate petitions.
I think you have to.
Yep.
Okay. All right. We got clarity on that then.
All right. Hi, Lily.
Let's throw a snowball now.
We got you here a little earlier.
Hey, can I, before we get started with Lily's budget, I do want to mention one thing is that yesterday, Santa Claus came to town. And that was a huge success. So I went out to the Center for All Seasons and then drove by the school, and we had a great crowd at the, you never know how these things are going to turn out, but we had a great crowd there with Santa arriving on a fire truck and talking with the kids, socially distanced, and handing them a piece of candy and all. And it was just terrific. And the families were very appreciative because that was the only Santa Claus they were going to get this year, given what's going on. And so I think we've struck upon something there that can become sort of a new town tradition. And I just wanted to sort of publicly gush over Lily and thank her because I thought that was a great idea and it worked out great.
Thank you. It was pretty fun too. We
It
enjoyed
was.
it. Yeah.
So, what question? Oh, so let me just sort of set the table here for recreation. So, as I mentioned, we budgeted as if we are going to have a regular year's worth of programming. That seems highly unlikely. But if, for instance, we're able to have safely have a daddy-daughter dance this year, we want to make sure that we have that in the budget. And so, admittedly, these expenses may be a little inflated, if you will, but I'd rather have the expenses there in case we're able to pull off the programming than not have them there. And, we get to a point where we can safely do some of the things that we've done in the past. So we won't spend it unless we're going to have the programming and we have the need. And so that will sort of balance out with the amount of revenue that we raise. So, if we don't have, let's say, daddy-daughter date night, then we won't have the expense. But if we do have it, we will have the revenue, which we have not really budgeted for this year. So I'm hoping that will all end up balancing itself out at the end of the year.
Okay.
I have one thing to say about rec, and it's not really a budget question, but as we move forward with, we need to decide what it is that we're going to do about whether or not people need to be vaccinated before they come to a gathering at the rec center. That's all I'm saying. The word vaccination, before anybody gets freaky about it. I just want to put it out there because vaccinations will be available next year. And I have word that actually some of them may be available here in Belgrade by end of February. That is all. Back to budget.
how will the recreation center or anybody know whether somebody has been vaccinated?
They will have a card.
Okay.
At least that is the current plan.
All right, Lily, can I ask, Anthony had kind of side mentioned that you were looking at maybe doing an artisan show once a month in the summertime.
Yep.
Now, are those costs broken out differently in here? Because I do see Village Green for 500. Is that the anticipation, or what is that?
No, that would be for like if we end up having music in the park, or other events in the park. And then under special, that would come out of artisan. I have it. And really, we wouldn't need to do a lot for that. We could just have pretty basic advertising that mentions all of the dates and everything like that.
Okay, because I was going to say just the postcard that got sent out this year would suck up most of that budget.
Right. And I don't know that I'd stick with the postcards. Not a lot of people see them. For the craft fair I did in October, we just did a Facebook like boost, and that was only $30, and we got a huge turnout for that.
I bet if you did a postcard or a Facebook post that says mention this and you get $5 off or something, or bring this card in.
Yeah.
For
possibly. I mean, I'd have to talk to the vendors because we don't charge people entrance fees. But it's something to think about. Yeah.
Or maybe, you get a prize if you show up with your card. It doesn't have to come from the vendors, but maybe it comes from the town. Tell them about the big mug.
Yeah, and a lot of times the vendors will donate an item for like a door prize, something like that. So if we knew we had enough, that would be a thing too.
Because that would be kind of cool if people brought the cards back, put them in for the drawing or something like that. Then you would really have a good idea of, who's seeing it, who's sidelining it.
Yeah. If it's worth using that kind of advertisement.
And now the 1,400, Lily, that's budgeted for clothing. I'm kind of over here with like the transfer station is budgeted $1,200 for reflective jackets, brightly colored t-shirts, steel-toed boots, safety equipment.
This is for the kids' t-shirts for summer camp.
This is t-shirts for everybody, right? So it's staff and kids.
Yep.
Is that enough? I know this year was a little bit different, so I'm assuming, is there some carryover from this year's line item for that?
There is, because we didn't even bother doing t-shirts this year. We had no idea what we'd get for numbers and what we're going to do. A kid with a mask on the t-shirt. I don't know. It was an exciting camp year.
Right.
So, and usually we have those for our field trip days. So we know whose kids are whose.
Right.
And we didn't go on field trips. So.
And just remember, Melanie, this is such an unusual year with recreation where they will have not spent much of their budget. So you would think that would roll over into into their capital reserve or the undesignated fund. But at the same time, they've not nearly collected the revenue. And so whatever revenue that they didn't collect, comes out of their capital reserve. And so it's pretty much going to be a wash by the end of the year as to them having any funds that would sort of roll over into undesignated or capital reserve.
Okay. Water quality.
And one other thing so these expenses for the most part are based upon, frankly, what we plan to do this year before COVID hit. So it really just reflects what we anticipated, doing this year.
Now, on page 68, we have water quality. We budgeted 310 this year. We have to have so many tests done, right? Is it 2 per year for each location?
So it's 4 for the Center for All Seasons.
And does the Dalton property, that also comes out of that same fund, right?
Not mine, no. I don't know anything about that. And actually, my water quality testing has been moved to Chris's budget.
Well, and that's what I was gonna ask, was because it says water quality moved to facilities maintenance, but then under that for cleaning and security, there's nothing on either side. So I didn't know if the cleaning was moved to facilities maintenance.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So yeah, that move to facilities maintenance, that is a note for the water quality line item as opposed to the ones that are beneath it.
Okay. So cleaning cost, is that also, we moved that last year, right?
No,
So
not for me.
so if you look down below that, Melanie, you will see, well, that's zeroed out too. So I don't know, those may be costs that are addressed must be addressed in the facility maintenance budget as opposed to the rec budget.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know, Lily's eyebrows say differently.
Well, no, those are, I know security, and that cleaning, that's like if someone comes in to clean, that's what that cleaning budget is. So we already have Phil, who is not his own separate cleaning company. He's paid by us through, yeah.
Now, the security cost, that's the alarm system in that, is that encompassed under a different budget?
I believe that comes out of Chris's, yes.
Okay, just make sure we don't miss anything. All right, anybody else have anything? The equipment under purchases, we had $1,000 budgeted for last year and then $1,000 for this year. It says replace the tables and the speaker. I know you wanted some new tables. What's the?
Yeah, and that just didn't get updated. I've already replaced the tables and speakers a couple years ago. And that's just, regular things break there frequently. So needing to have money there to replace stuff.
Okay, so if we can take out the replaces tables and speakers section of that then and just do equipment purchases.
Yeah, like the ice rink came out of that this year. And
all right, you went down 2,000 in wages. How'd you do that?
so not everyone got like an increase this year, not all the part-time help. And I was told not to budget for them to get an increase this year as well, or next year. So it kind of just set that back $2,000.
Okay.
And we don't have to hand out dollar raises to all of my summer camp staff this year.
Right. All right, I don't see any more questions for you, Lily.
That's it.
All right, run and be free.
Okay, so I haven't heard from Chris on cemetery and facility maintenance. So what I'd like to do is just go ahead and try to plow through this. And if you guys have questions, I will gather that information and consult with him and email the group as to what the responses are. But as I said, Bruce is here and he can probably speak to a lot of the cemetery stuff and perhaps some of the facility maintenance stuff. So your cemetery budget begins on page 31. And you can see it's pretty much a flat budget from this current year. And Melanie, you asked about Memorial Day flowers, and so that's the last line item on the cemetery budget. So we're actually increasing that from $1,400 to $1,600 in the coming year.
Okay.
And that's also, you can see up a couple lines above that is where we purchased the flags for Memorial Day.
And that went from $600 to $1,300.
Yeah, and that's simply based upon the experience this year. Let me look.
And that's a $700 increase.
Anthony, is that for the flags for the Village Green, maybe? The big flags?
No, I think, Bruce, I think those are for the small little flags that are placed on graves. Am I correct about that?
But you are correct in the ones that are on Cemetery Road.
Oh,
So-
and the ones that are on the cemetery road.
Correct.
Do those get replaced on an annual basis?
If need be, most of the time, they're pretty well, by the end of the year, they're pretty well free. Sometimes
Yeah.
have changed a couple times.
Yeah. Yeah, I know those flags take a beating out there. And in fact, after a few storms this year, some of them were like ripped off the poles and we had to go out there and retrieve them. So, and Phil Sprague is just now joining us too. So Phil, we are just now beginning to talk about the cemetery budget.
Hey, Phil. Is no part of the wages paid out of the cemetery budget?
That's correct. So you will recall that last year we moved all of those wages into facility maintenance. And, there was always a little bit of tension as to whether or not the time that the workers were spending that was being paid out as cemetery was really devoted to cemetery versus facility maintenance. So we stripped that all out and put it in facility maintenance. And that way, this operating budget just reflects the operating supplies and cost for the cemetery, which is mostly funded by the cemetery's trust fund earnings.
Okay, because it seems like at one of our recent board meetings, one of the questions that was asked was whether or not something that was done at the cemetery was being paid for out of that budget. And I thought the answer we got was that the wages for those individuals were being split percentage-wise. But if it's all encompassed under facilities maintenance, then that's not the case. Something about it was.
I vaguely recall that question, but I don't think it was in relation to wages. Bruce, do you remember?
Yeah, that question was asked on the Veterans Memorial in the Lakes. And we've, to my knowledge, the cemetery has taken care of that for the last several years. Phil can answer that better than I can.
Yes, we have. We put flowers on it and I take care of it somewhat during the year.
So I think, at least in my mind, Melanie, doing this budget this way makes good sense. That way we know that all of the trust fund earnings for the cemetery are being directly used for maintenance and operation of the facility outside of personnel. That way we don't have to worry about any of the trust fund earnings paying for personnel as they are working on the town office, for instance.
Okay.
I noticed on the expense summary report on page 33 for the cemeteries that as of November the 18th, there is $13,700 out of a budget of $28,500 unspent, so that there's about only 52% of the year's budget expended as of the middle of November. Does that speak to a lot of expense that will be recorded before the year end that already exists? Or does it speak of a budget that maybe had too much in it to start with?
So, Nick, can you look and see what the updated year-to-date expense is in the total expense in the cemetery budget is, please?
I see we didn't use a lot of the contracted services, but portion of the budget this year.
Yeah, and I think that contracted services, and again, Bruce, weigh in here, please, but I think that's related to the rental of a tractor or some such, in which has just now recently occurred. Am I correct on that, Bruce?
I believe the tractors for facilities for the sand and not the cemetery, but
Okay.
don't.
That's what it's under.
Well, and I was wondering, is part of the contracted services, because when you go back and look at I think it's headstones, it's like 500. Is that the acid washing?
No.
No. So what is that? With the acid washing of them? Because that has to occur every so often, correct?
We're not doing that right at the present time.
Okay. So the 500 for headstone, is that?
For repairs.
Okay.
Some are tipped over. They need to be put back up.
No, equipment was dropped back to 1,500. I know we were splitting like the cost of a mower and or something. So is that why that's gone down?
I believe we've already taken care of that 1,500 this year. What do you think, Bruce?
I think probably the reason that went down is we do have a brand new mower that's still under warranty.
Right.
The maintenance has probably dropped down because of that.
Because I knew we were splitting and I was thinking maybe that was why, but
Yeah, I'm seeing on the licenses and then the line below it says cemetery. Each of them are 2250, and we haven't expended any of that this year.
We have to pay for the computer sometime soon.
Yeah,
mapping.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. It's the license for the mapping software.
And when does that come out? Because again, we haven't expended any of it yet.
I don't know, but it is an annual expense, and we did acquire that at the end of last year, I think.
Does Nick have that updated number yet?
Yeah, it's so we have now an unexpended balance of 13,659. So it didn't really change at all.
Okay, so but as far as whether or not that's over budgeted, it might be. Of that $28,000 budget, $8,000 comes from raising and appropriating. So most of that is from the $16,000 is from the income of cemetery trusts. So
I'm probably good with what's here for now, but at the end of the year, once we close out the books, I want to see what's left in that. If we're $6,000 or $7,000 over budgeted, we may want to change that.
Okay.
And the other thing also, we probably ought to be checking on that licensing, Anthony, because I believe that is due, if not overdue.
I agree with that.
I was just over here thinking, they might want that. Are we gonna get hit with like a late charge or?
Yeah, it's probably nothing our fault. We just probably haven't received the bill. And the other thing is the reason some of this budget could be off. I don't think we purchased any lime or fertilizer at all this year because it was so dry.
Okay. But we will definitely follow up on that, Dan. And if we end up the year grossly under budget, and I would say that I wouldn't anticipate a lot of changes in the budget between, now and 3 weeks from now. But we'll come back to you with some updated figures. That's something the cemetery committee can also work with Chris on.
All right, is there anything else on cemetery? All right, seeing none. Hang on just one second. Answering my kid here. All right.
So with facilities, I will tell you, and that begins on page 35. I will tell you that we have again sought opportunities to fund capital improvements from the undesignated fund. And Ricky's absolutely right. The rental of the tractor is here under facilities general. But as an example of a capital improvement on page 36, you see the plumbing line item at the bottom of the page has increased dramatically from $850 to $3,000. And that's because we're using $2,000 from the undesignated fund to replace the toilets and urinals in the Center for All Season.
Why would we not just put forth the budget and then we come back and say we can take X, Y, and Z out of the undesignated fund to cover this? It seems
well,
like
I think that's what we've tried to do here is these are suggestions for you guys about how this could be funded. But as we go through these budgets, we're looking for opportunities to reduce the amount that we have to raise and appropriate, particularly if it's a one-time capital expense. And so if you guys would rather raise and appropriate that money, I mean, that's certainly your prerogative, but we're just trying to identify ways that we can reduce that amount of taxation.
right, but I think, I'm just gonna say, generally when we're presenting the budget, we don't already have a plan on how much we're going to take out of the undesignated fund. We look at the budget overall, because I also have a little bit of a fear that if we tapped into it a lot this year, which I've always been in favor of using some of the undesignated fund to keep our property taxes down. But if we plan for this for a couple of years and then we get to year 3 and now we don't have that, what we will have, the undesignated fund won't be healthy enough to sustain that. So then in turn, what happens is we maybe hold taxes level for a couple of years, but then we need a big increase, which.
So let me explain what our approach is here. First of all, I think that would be true if we didn't end the year in the black every year, which we will do this year. We will end the year in the black, so that undesignated fund will grow. And again, given the health of our undesignated fund, I don't foresee us plowing through $1.5 million in our undesignated fund. And so the reason that we put these notes on here, for instance, about the $2,000 from the undesignated fund for the new toilets is, I think it's a little easier for people to swallow if they know that increase from $850 to $3,000 isn't going to come with an increase in taxes. And so that's why we put that there, is just to sort of let people know that, yes, we are increasing this because we'll be making a capital improvement, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we will be raising taxes as a result of that.
Okay.
As part of this budget, especially with the community center down in the village, is there any way we can find out a cost of painting the walls on the inside of that place? The place needs a paint job. It's starting to really get run down. And if you want to rent that place out once we get back to normal, I mean, we have got to find a way to make that place look better.
Okay, we'll look into that,
I
certainly.
mean, that front entryway where I stood, where people came in and to vote, it's an absolute disaster in there.
I want to just tack onto that briefly. We have to consider the north side of that building too at some point, you know, finishing the outside job. I know we sort of put a hold on that because it didn't go with the rest of the project necessarily because of the roof changes that need to be made to keep it from being such a you know, and I mean, it's sort of an engineering problem right from the beginning of that building that caused the immense snow issues and things that we have to before we fix it. But it's the rest of the building looks great in what we've done to you know, fix the problems that existed. But we've got to at least plan at some point in the future to finish the north side of the building as best we can. And I don't know where that fits in this. But the inside, I agree with Dan. The inside needs to be addressed as well. And maybe now's a good time to consider that before we get into back to a normal ability to rent that place as we had before.
Yeah. Yeah. And just as a reminder to the board, so, you know, we do have the plans for doing the work on the north side of that building that Ernie just mentioned. And the engineer's estimate was that was going to be like $100,000 project. And so, you know, we tapped into the recreation capital reserve pretty deeply in order to do the siding, replace all the siding on the building. And we just felt like we needed to rebuild that capital reserve before we take on that next project.
Problem is, if we wait too long between them, we're going to end up being screwed because it's going to cost us a lot more 3 years down the road than it is now. And then you also run into what potentially could be an issue with weather and all of that if that end isn't done.
Agreed. So that raises the question then, do you guys want to put that project as its own warrant article to be funded out of the undesignated fund in the coming year?
Or it doesn't have to be funded out of the undesignated fund. You know, normally what we're going to do is move it forward as a raise and or appropriate, and then we'll decide what to take out of each fund. Bruce, I got you. And it does look like in this budget that there's a lot of stuff where it's not reflective in the other budgets, but this budget particularly, there are several line items that say we're taking the money out of the undesignated fund.
Yeah, and again, Melanie, these are our recommendations. You know, ultimately it's up to the board and then to the voters whether or not that's something that the community wants to do.
Well,
question, does this budget include anything for the proposed upgrading of the Veterans Memorial that the town owns in Belgrade Lakes Village?
No, sir. And Gary, you may want to speak to this, but Gary is trying to do some private fundraising in order to make those improvements.
Okay.
That's true.
All right, Bruce, you had your hand up.
Yeah, and one of the other major things on improvements I see at the center is all the exterior doors need to be replaced. They're rotting out, huge heat loss. They don't work properly.
They haven't for years.
Right, I think that's something that probably should be on the forefront to get done sooner than later.
Oh, Bruce, you've teed it up for me at the top of page 37. We have boosted the building, what was that? Repairs from $250 to $10,000. And that's because of $9,500 for new doors.
Okay.
Which again, you know, we would recommend that because that is a capital expense, that we use that we fund that from the undesignated fund.
I know
If I may, Bruce, go ahead, Dan.
I just, another thing I had mentioned to Chris when I was down there once was the deck, especially where you come in, that main entrance where everyone comes in. That deck's at the point where it really needs to be restained, cleaned, pressure washed and restained too, before we start having problems with that.
Now, Chris, you there? You gotta unmute yourself for a sec. There you go.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Was the pool closed for the year?
Yes.
So is there $1,000 savings there that we can move over for next year's cost? Or did we
Yes.
open the pool, or there's some?
No, the pool was never open. And I closed it last year and never opened it.
Okay.
My plan was to try to clean it this year, and I never got a chance to actually empty the pool out and physically clean the whole inside. So hopefully this summer.
And now
Hopefully this summer I'm gonna do that.
because now this summer you have that pump, right, with the portable water thing. Can you actually pull the water out of the pool?
Yeah, so I can, so I'll be able to pump it out and clean it, and because it the whole liner needs to be scrubbed down. It was
Okay.
pretty bad last year, so. But yeah, no, we still have that $1,000 in that account.
So, and I guess I have to, I mean, I'm looking at this and, so I guess we probably should have kept Lily here, because if we're talking about a new gym floor and a new playground, I mean, that playground is not terribly old.
Where are you saying?
Well, that's at the North Belgrade.
Okay, that's it. Does that get used a lot?
Yes. It gets used quite a bit for birthday parties, and I've seen several kids out there playing on it. And the equipment we got now is just rotting and falling apart.
Yeah, it's been kind of sad for years. I used to tell my kids, hey, don't get on that.
Yeah.
And in fact, even during food pantry days, families will pull up and young kids will, while their parents are waiting to have their food delivered, young kids will go out there and play on that playground.
Okay, and what's the anticipation on the floor there?
Right now this year I bought half of the flooring with the amount of money that I was allowed. So I'm gonna be putting that in now. That's gonna be what I have now will replace the carpet area pretty much up to the door. And then the rest of the money will continue right to the food pantry doors and then probably into the kitchen.
Okay, so are we doing the same split with this is the first I'm hearing about the new floor. So I guess and even I guess if we bought stuff for it this year, maybe I missed it somehow. But are we doing the same thing where are we recarpeting that section?
No, it's gonna be laminate flooring, so it'll be easy to clean and maintain.
Okay.
Yeah, we actually did budget for new flooring in this year's budget.
I guess I did miss it.
I had a
I'm
about
surprised that, I'm
the
sorry.
furnace.
Sorry. I'm surprised that in this budget, there's nothing last year, or I'm sorry, this year, or projected for furnace. That's a pretty important part of the system down there. There's no annual cleaning or annual maintenance involved in the furnace?
I think that money comes out of the heat, if I believe, right? The repairs and stuff, plumbing.
And Bruce is shaking his head, yes.
Yes.
And I'm like, Bruce, you are doing that every year, right?
Yes. Some years the town actually gets it for free, so.
Well, we thank you for your service, Bruce.
It's good to know people.
Well, I noticed plumbing has gone up from $850 to $3,000.
Everything's free.
That's because of the new toilets that are going in at the community center.
Okay.
The urinals and stuff in the men's room don't work anymore, so they're getting replaced.
So we probably are going to want to revisit this one if we want to consider painting the inside and staining of the deck and
I know Lily did some painting last about March, April. She did the bathrooms, and I thought she did some of the hallway area. But maybe it's just the bathrooms that Phil did.
Well, Dan says the entryway needs to be done. Well, and are we noticing any difference with the doors? Because some of the siding has been replaced and some of that's been revamped. Was there any issues with the doors when that was being done?
The front of the building door was replaced when they were doing the construction, because it was just easier to do it then. And then the side entrance door where everybody uses to go in and out, that's what I allotted to replace both those this year. That's why there's $10,000.
Okay,
It's about $3,000 a door.
So both the outside one and the inside.
Yeah, would be get rid of.
Vestibule. Now, how about the ones on the back side? I mean, those were heat leakers from the get-go.
I've thought of pretty much leaving like one set of doors in and then replacing the rest with windows, so that way it'll just be one door, one access door instead of, I think it's like 4 doors across the entrance area onto the porch. So that way it'd be just one door area and the rest would be just windows. But it's still, that way it will stay the same. But that'd be probably next year. It'd be not this coming budget, probably next budget. So that way it won't be a big increase.
Okay, and do we do anything with like weather stripping or kind of weather updating, anything like that?
I have done some with it, but with the kids going in and out, they just pretty much rip it off. So it doesn't last long.
Okay, because we can't really block any, because then you'd be blocking an exit.
Yeah.
So, okay. All right, does anybody have anything else for Chris on this?
While I'm thinking of it, Chris, I haven't had a chance to talk to Dan McKenzie. Did you ask him about those emergency lights?
No, I haven't had a chance since we talked about that.
Okay. When I was down there checking the fire alarm, I noticed that they had replaced the emergency light in the furnace room. But the problem is that one in the furnace room used to have the big battery pack that ran the rest of them in the whole building. And they replaced that one with just a standard emergency light, and I pushed the button. No other lights come on in the building. So I think they made a mistake when they replaced it.
Okay, so Chris, you'll check on that, right?
Yeah.
And we're replacing the security system there. Is this still Seacoast Security that does all of them?
Yes.
Okay, and I know we had a problem there. That's not part of the contract that we have with them, that if there's an issue with it, that they'll replace it?
No, it's pretty much outdated. The system.
Yeah, that system there in that building is much older than in our other buildings.
Yeah.
At the town office here, for instance. So the first time I went to use it, it's a completely different keypad. I had to stop and figure out what I was doing before I punched in any numbers. So.
And then pretty much parts are obsolete to get for that system now. So
Most commercial security systems are owned by the town or the building or the company that owns them. Most of them are not leased or whatever. When I used to work in Northeast Security, I mean, you physically own that material. So when it's done, it's your responsibility to update.
Okay. So I didn't know, because I knew we had gone a few years back to like a multi-facility contract with them, because we were doing each one separately.
Yeah, usually that's monitoring.
Okay.
And then I noticed a few things when I was looking at my budget. I don't know. I know we're looking at proposing paving the by the salt and sand shed. I don't know where we're gonna get.
Yeah, so we talked about that, Chris, as part of the roads budget.
Okay. And then,
that's off your plate.
then cleaning supplies. I don't know if the money got for the town office. We budgeted 3,000 last year, but it never got moved over to this year, so I didn't know what happened there. Usually that's where I get the, when I order cleaning supplies, that's where the money comes from for the town office.
I'm gonna ask the same question I did for the cemeteries. We're probably 85, 87% through the year. As of 11/18, we were only $77% spent out of the budget. Are there outstanding expenses that are going to make up a substantial amount of this before the end of the year? Or is the budget going to underrun by some significant amount?
So Jack, I can explain, I think the bulk of that underspending, if you will, although you always want to, come in the black, but the bulk of that underspending is because we did not hire a seasonal employee that we normally have during the spring, the summer, and the early fall. And that was because we were just concerned about what the COVID experience was going to mean for us from a revenue standpoint. And that was one of the ways that we could reduce expenses just to ensure that we did come in under budget. And so that position is fully funded in the coming year's budget, as it was in this year's budget.
Okay, thank you.
So Chris, are we missing a line item here for cleaning supplies that should be $3,000 put in somewhere?
Yeah, it's on page 43. And so we'll go back and we'll add that in there.
Yeah, it used to be 9,000 and it went to 3,000. So that usually is what I buy the cleaning supplies.
Oh, wait a second. Wait, hold on. Time out. Page 43, that cleaning is under services. So that's not supplies. Those are services. And so that was for a cleaning service. We are now cleaning the town office in-house.
So where do the supplies come for cleaning then?
That's where we was taking the money from when we bought the stuff.
Okay, so we can go back and we can put some money in there. Well, no, we shouldn't put money in there because again, that is under services. Cleaning supplies are not a service. And so we would need to look at a different line item to ensure that it is adequately funded. And so, those should be under the supply portion of that budget, not under the services portion of the budget.
Now, Chris, are you finding, was $3,000 generally for cleaning supplies last year, was that adequate? Because I know the cost of normal stuff is going up, anything that has any disinfecting properties. And I believe the state just slapped a tax on any disinfecting products at 15 cents a pop. So I just want to make sure that we have enough because, you're having to buy some products that you didn't buy previously.
Yeah, no, when I heard the governor pretty much putting a mandate on stuff, so I had Nick go and order a whole supply worth of stuff. So we're pretty well stocked up for a while now. So just in case.
Do we need an addition just to store the cleaning supplies?
I got it all in my office right now, so it's.
Hey, I think the library is going to be getting rid of some shelving.
Yeah.
So is it possible, Anthony, that that work? Because the Friends of the Library owns the shelving. Would they, when they replace the shelving, would that shelving be something that we could utilize someplace else in town if need be?
I have to look into that.
Okay.
I don't know.
Back to the cleaning supplies, and Melanie, you mentioned the tax. Tax shouldn't affect us at all anyway.
Oh, that's right, because we're tax exempt.
We just supply the number, we don't pay any tax on it.
I don't know if you guys got to it yet, because I just got on. Historical house, historical house, security system. This is new to me, the $500.
So that is something
Which
that,
page is that on?
that's on page 42.
Okay.
And so that is something that the Historical Society has requested that we install a security system in that facility in the coming year.
Okay.
Good
'Cause
idea.
I met with a guy and I haven't got any prices back, so the $500.
Yeah. And we're not sure how good that figure is right now, but that was our best guess at this point.
Yeah, it sounds kind of way low.
And did we budget 500 for it last year? Because it looks here like we did.
There was no security system in there previously.
So the security section under services, the $500 that says what last year's budget was, is that 500 shouldn't be there? Should that be a zero?
No. So the first column says 0. So that's this year's budget. And the second column says 500. So that's the proposed.
Hang on,
2021 budget.
I'm a page ahead.
Oh, okay.
Chris, who did you get the price from? Is it Seacoast or whoever's doing our monitoring?
I haven't got a price back. I met with a guy a couple weeks ago, but he hasn't got back to me with a price.
All right. But was that from Seacoast or?
Yeah, it was a Seacoast rep that comes out and figures it out. Because
So how did you end up with the $500? Just a ballpark figure?
I don't know. I didn't.
Again, that was based upon, for instance, what we're paying currently at the North Belgrade Community Center.
Yeah, but
But it would be a new
Right.
one.
Correct.
Okay,
I mean, that's just the monitoring costs. So,
Right.
so we
Okay.
don't yet have a quote on the hardware.
Well, because if we're looking at, what is it, $2,000 to replace the security system at the Center for All Seasons.
yeah, down there, I would figure hardware at probably somewhere in the $1,000 range because it's got basically be a panel, a keypad, and a few devices on some doors and maybe a glass break or something. So you don't have a lot of devices, so it shouldn't be too bad. But
the only
probably going to want at least $1,000 in hardware there.
Yeah,
I just installed a security system in a theater space, and it cost $125 for the equipment.
$125 or $125,000?
$125 for the equipment and a $500 a year monitoring fee.
That's not too shabby, because I'm putting one in here. But was it wireless, Kathy?
Yep.
Yeah, we don't want to go wireless. I used to work for a security company. The problem is when they wireless like ADT, they'll send a guy up from Massachusetts to replace your batteries when they go bad.
No, we have Seacoast Wireless in our house,
Okay.
and they've been absolutely wonderful. I don't have any problem with them at all, and they're not outrageously expensive, or else I wouldn't have them.
Yeah.
Well, and now
I used to work for security companies, and I know the guys that work for Seacoast, and I wouldn't recommend wireless, especially in commercial
So
settings.
noted.
that was one of the things the guy was gonna test to see if we could actually do wireless up there or not. It depends on if we could actually hit the transmitter from the town office. If we couldn't hit the transmitter from the town office, we would have to put a phone line in for the security system. So that'd be
That's wireless communication. That's don't have a problem with the wireless communication or the radio. It's the wireless devices that we always used to have a lot of trouble with over the years.
so that the
Wireless
cost
did
could
not
change.
work in the town office.
Right, because we had to go and do a switcheroo.
Dedicated phone line in.
Yep. Now, Chris, is it possible that you can call Seacoast on Monday, tell them that we are working on the budget and that we need an estimate in writing to put as part of the budget?
Yeah, I told the guy when I met with him that I needed to email me the proposal, and I haven't got the email yet, so I will reach out to them on Monday.
Put another bug in their ear.
Yeah.
Tell them
I-
Melanie, mean, whatever you gotta do. Jack?
Yeah, question. I noticed under the solid waste, there was 0 for pest control. But I
Right.
didn't see under the facilities budget, there was any pest control either. Do we not do any pest control at the transfer station?
No, we only do pest control at the rec centers. And that's pretty much it.
So I thought, now, is it different pest control? Because and that's why I asked the question, Jack, about there wasn't anything there for the transfer station. There's got to be rats and some other funk around there. So it seemed like we used to have something as part of the budget for that.
That's why I asked.
Yeah.
No, we've never done pest control at the transfer station, as long as I've been on the committee. I've been on since it started, so.
I would think that might be a hard one since it's an outdoor facility.
Correct. Because if you do pest control there, you're gonna have more than the rodents. You're gonna have, possums, raccoons, and porcupines, and skunks, and you're gonna have multiple animals. Because it is a trash facility, and it does draw all them animals.
And we don't have any issues with it.
As of right now, knock on a piece of wood, no.
Okay.
No rats there or mice around in the,
I'm sure there is rats and mice around, but I think the biggest thing with that facility, it is in the middle of the woods, so you have your other primates will come and clean out them, like you have a lot of hawks and owls in that area, and you also have a lot of fisher and raccoons and possum that will clean out the smaller rodents.
So we have our own natural pest control.
I was just gonna say, we got a predator prey system in.
Right, because there's no houses there, so there's no, and at nighttime when they're doing their hunting, there's no human contact with them, so.
It's a good price on it too.
Yeah.
So, Chris, the only pest control you said is the Center for All Seasons, because I know previously there was something at North Belgrade.
Yeah, North Belgrade. Those are the only 2 places. North Belgrade and the center.
Okay, and the town office, the old town office, I know used to be part of that. And is the new town office, no, we don't need it?
I haven't heard anybody complain, so I'm assuming no.
Perfect.
I haven't heard Mary go running around screaming because there's a mouse, so.
That would be me, Chris.
I had one more thing. Facilities, town office, new roof over the back doorway.
Yeah.
Is that at the town office?
Yes, that's where you come, like the back door from the kitchen to the utility room.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna put a little roof over that to keep it from icing up and snow from falling on people's heads. Because it gets pretty icy right there where because both roofs come together and everything drops right there by that door.
It's pretty treacherous footing in the wintertime because, as Chris says, all that melted snow and ice comes down right there at the doorstep. And we do have to use that door in order to get out to the fuse boxes anytime a fuse is blown or the marquee is out. We got to, get into the fuse box. And so I've last year I was really worried that someone was going to step out there, slip, fall, and hurt themselves.
Boy, I didn't know that place was built in 1930 and we had fuses.
I was gonna say, no.
I'm sorry, breaker
No
box,
circuit breaker.
excuse me.
See, and I've got to say, I love the fact that we have stuff engineered in the state of Maine. And then we build the building. And then we spend the rest of our lives repairing what should have been engineered, not to create those issues.
Maybe this is a time now to bring it up. I talked to Anthony the other day about it. We don't know how long this virus stuff is going to be going on. This might be a good time to be looking at maybe putting a drive-up window at the town office. So we don't have people going in and out of there all the time. They could do a lot of business right through that. I think we ought to get some prices and see what it's going to cost.
For what kind of a window? I didn't hear that.
A drive-up window, whether you
A
drive.
drive-up window. Oh, a drive-up window. Okay,
Yep.
fine. Yeah.
And
Hey,
I think it would work. I don't know just how we do it, but I think it can be done. It's gonna take some construction to do it, but maybe we should have thought about that when we built the building again. It's something else we didn't think of.
yeah, it's an interesting thought.
You think of like drive up teller along with the little box thing into the town office, something like that.
Whatever
So
it
you
takes.
can, yeah, take care of documents.
We probably could put something like that over by the flagpole. So that way they can pull right up and then.
We could put it in Anthony's office. That'd give him something to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad idea, and I don't know how long certain things that take, you know, when you go into the town office, how long certain things take, but if there is something that takes longer, you could limit what transactions you could do at the drive up.
Have you been to Walgreens lately?
No.
Sat there for at least half an hour, 45 minutes.
Great. Sometimes it takes a
And
long
then-
time.
They're doing the test there and all that junk. So, you know what? I think people would do that, and it's gonna be a safe thing for our employees.
Yep. I sort of like the idea. I'd like to know more about it. In
I
terms,
think that's a select board meeting
yeah,
session.
well, it'd be nice to have some, you know, designs to look at.
Or, you know, at the very least, we can check on what an estimated cost of that would be, because depending upon that, you guys may go, yeah, let's look into that. Or you may say, you know, that's too rich for our blood.
Right. You can ask Kennebec Savings how much it costs.
Safety comes first.
Well, and we might be able to, I mean, with COVID, you know, I'm sure there's going to be grant monies available for tapping into for doing certain things. So it may be something that we could certainly look at not funding the full cost.
I think it's something we should certainly check out.
Okay, let's work on it at the next board meeting. Thank you.
Hey,
We can't do it at the next one, Ricky. That agenda's full.
Oh, we'll have to get rid of something.
we'll limit all discussions to 5 minutes.
You know, and so are we kicked, pardon me, we are recording. We've kicked it on this one.
Yeah.
This is I mean, if there's nothing else that we want to discuss, if there isn't anything else here that we've missed.
Well, I think what would be helpful for me at this point is where would you guys like to go from here? What should the next discussion be, and when should it be?
I would think that we need to have the final numbers. And then basically we gotta have the first draft of the wording on the warrant articles.
That would be my thought too.
Okay.
You won't get the final numbers though till after the first of the year, correct?
Yeah, so, you know, we'll obviously close out the books on December 31st. I mean, they won't be audited numbers, but, you know, they'll be good enough for our purposes.
We never
And so
have
maybe-
audited numbers anyway, so.
Yeah, and so maybe at that first meeting in January, we'll bring back this. You know, we'll make the changes that have been suggested today. We'll make adjustments based upon those year-end figures. Bring that back to the board on January. I think that meeting is January the 6th. And with that, we will have some proposed warrant language.
Well,
Anthony, how soon is it before we can have at least a draft, a first draft of the 2021 municipal valuation return?
Municipal valuation return.
Valuation return, so we know what the tax rate is, or can
Jack-
guess what the tax rate is.
Well, Jack, I don't really want to guess at what the tax rate is, because as Ricky mentioned earlier, 83% of the tax rate is beyond our control. And I
know
have
that,
no,
But they
and I
have to do some estimating too.
okay, but yes, but remember, their budget year doesn't begin until July 1.
But they usually give you some kind of a figure to go with here shortly. You
Yeah.
on them a little bit.
Okay, you know, all of that makes me because I think, especially this year, I have no idea what the school district's approach to budgeting is going to be as far as, you
Lord.
know, well, I mean, there are just so many uncertainties about how school is going to happen in the coming year.
Yeah,
And
we have to have something to go on those. So they've been working on it. We're not the only town that still has the same cycle.
well, true, but remember that they're only 4 months into their fiscal year. And so I don't know that they're already working on their 2021, 2022 budget.
Well, you'll just have to ask them, I guess.
I will.
They always have, because, I mean, we do this every year, so it's a guesstimate. That's all it is, and then they come back with a true number. Huh.
Okay.
And
then the other factor that does come into play is what are our valuations going to be? And we won't know what those assessments are until April 1.
We all have to do estimating.
Okay, but I don't want to be held to the estimate, because that is really spitballing it, because, you know, we don't know what municipal revenue sharing is going to be. We don't know what the school budget is going to be. We don't know what our valuations are going to be. Those are three big determinants of as far as what our tax commitment is going to be.
Now, what is everyone's thoughts if we put this forward as, here's the budget, we don't incorporate into any of the articles at this point that we're going to take 9,000 out of undesignated or 4,000 or whatever the amount is. Then what we do is we have the total budget as a raise and or appropriate. We have the bottom line for what the undesignated fund is. And then we decide we'd like to use 75,000. Just a rough number of the undesignated fund. And then we apply it across the board per department, a certain amount per department, or, you know, I'm just trying to get like, how much are we thinking about taking out of it? How much is actually, you know, where are we going to be at with that at the end of the year?
So if I may make a suggestion, one of the things that I did on those warrant articles is, and this was borrowing from something that Oakland had done with theirs. And so if you turn to, let's see, if you turn to the middle of those sample warrant articles, under the public works. So I'll give everyone a chance to find that.
I've got to look it up on my phone because my book doesn't have those warrant articles in it.
My book doesn't either, so I have to look them up too.
Oh, I'm sorry. I sent those to you guys after we had printed these up. So,
Right.
but I'll tell you how. So under Public Works, under the Public Works article, it has the expenses, and then the total for what those expenses would be. And then it has transfer from undesignated fund, and it's got a figure. Transfer from roads capital reserve, and then it's got a figure, and then that's totaled up. And then the balance of that to be raised from taxation. So it helps to give the voters some idea of how much of that budget is going to be tax supported versus how much of it is going to come from other revenue sources. And I do feel like that is helpful information for the electorate, because I'm just afraid if we just, you know, said that, you know, we're going to raise and appropriate everything, and then we're going to back out this amount total from the budget from the undesignated fund. I'm not sure that second part of that message would get through to the voters as they're considering these articles.
That's how we did it last year, was we did raise and or appropriate, because that actually has to be a piece of every single warrant article.
Correct.
Unless it's straight raise. But we found if you just keep it raise and or appropriate across the board, it makes everybody's lives easier that's pulling together the budget. But then that is exactly what we did, was we said raise and or appropriate, let's say 50,000. And then underneath that, we had 12,000 is going to come from here. And here's your bottom line.
So doing it just like we did this past year, is that what you're suggesting? Because I'm totally comfortable with that. And that's what I've sought to do in these sample warrant articles, just worded a little differently, where it wasn't part of a caption for the warrant article. And that was just an effort to try to reduce the verbiage in the articles.
Right.
I'd rather keep it consistent to what we've been doing.
Well, after these meetings, I think we're all pretty much agreed as to what in general anyway, is what the town should be doing in the coming year. But what the average taxpayer is most interested in is what the bottom line tax bill is going to be.
Right.
And I think the sooner that we can make at least some educated guesses or get some educated information about that and put again, a draft together and see what ballpark we're in, the better off we're going to be in making our own decisions.
I agree to a certain extent, Jack. I do agree with Ricky that we can only, we don't have any control over the school budget, which is the driver of our tax rate. And just forgive me, but that makes me a little bit nervous that we put out, hey, we think that the tax rate will be this. And then the school district or the county does something unexpected that increases that, and that people then come back later and say, hey, you told us that this was going to be the tax rate. Because that's how people are going to remember it.
I'm not suggesting telling anybody that this is going to be the tax rate.
No. Even if you estimate it, that's what people are going to hear. Because that's just human nature.
We don't tell them what the tax rate is because we don't know.
Yeah, we never tell them that.
We need to estimate what the school's gonna be, and we need to estimate what the county is to plug the numbers into the budget for the town. Because we don't know until after the school election is done. We don't know for sure. They'll give you a number, I guarantee you. They always have. But you can't say what the tax rate's gonna be. You don't, because you don't know. So we said
Okay.
Well, his budget, he should be peddling that budget right now for the schools. So he can tell you what that number is going to be as far as what they're asking for, and they'll probably get it.
But Gary, keep in mind, they are on a totally different
I got it. Yep.
timeline than this.
Well, we've been dealing with that every year for as long as we've all been here. We've always been opposite of what the state's budget is, the county, and the school. And we've always managed to pull together a budget.
Yeah, and before the meeting began, I mean, that's a conversation that Jack and I were having. I'm hoping that in 2022, that's the year that we can really earnestly start looking at moving to a July 1 fiscal year.
But we're not there yet.
We're not there yet. I agree.
I'm going to tell you, good luck. We've tried it a couple times. But it's time to do it. I agree.
I'm a cockeyed optimist.
All right.
I'm just trying to go back. It looks like sometime in January is maybe where we had something where we had an updated, draft warrant articles. We had something in there to plug in for a number for the schools, I believe. So they should have something. They'll have something for us that we can at least use to craft our budget, I would think.
Can we get back to deciding what we spend in January?
So if I understand correctly, we're going to come back with a budget that includes year-end figures, make the budget adjustments that are necessary as a result of that, bring those back to the board on January the 6th, along with some warrant article language that corresponds with those departmental budgets.
Well, I mean, it would be January the 5th, which is Tuesday.
Okay, January 5th.
And I don't really want to do that during a regular select board meeting because we're going to have
Okay.
the stuff we've got to do.
Okay.
I'd rather do a select board meeting and then maybe the next Tuesday do this and basically stick to one thing.
Okay.
'Cause I don't want to feel rushed at a select board meeting if we've got all the other stuff going on too.
Okay. I mean, does that sound good to the rest of the board? We'll have a meeting, you said January 5th and then one January 12th that addresses just budget?
That sounds good.
I think so. Let me look.
Other permitting.
Right.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
But just trying to do this plus the normal select board stuff. We know this stuff's going to be coming up.
Yep. Good.
And why don't we work to finalize some of that stuff that night, what we can too? So that we can vote on the articles then, so that we got some of it done.
Yep.
Good.
Gary's.
Yeah, just a couple of words. This is the third time the budget committee's been through this budget. And we're happy to do it. And what I want to say is I want to thank my fellow budget committee members for being so patient and going through this so many times. They really have been good soldiers and sailors and marched right through it a lot of times. So thank you guys a lot.
Thank you.
I think they've done a good job. I think the numbers are pretty good. I think we just need the year-end numbers to finalize stuff and then get our language done.
So if I understood correctly, Dan and Ricky, are you guys saying that maybe the low-hanging fruit articles, the ones that should be easy, nothing contested, maybe bring a few of those to the January 5th meeting?
I think so. Yes. Whatever we can approve and have something already done.
Well,
Okay.
the only thing, Ricky, is when we put forward the warrant articles, we do the select board recommends and the budget committee recommends. So the budget committee would also have to be part of that, where it seems like if we do it all on the 12th, then we should be able to get right through.
I'm fine. Whatever it takes. I'm just suggesting, we don't need 40 meetings to do this. It's not scientists anymore.
Well, let me just raise the question. I mean, because Melanie does raise a good point. We do need the budget committee's recommendation. Budget committee, what is your availability?
Give us a date.
You want to do it all in one fell swoop?
We would love to do it all in one fell swoop. It isn't that big a deal. If you've got the articles, we do the votes on the articles and that kind of finishes it at that point.
Yeah, and it always seems like when we hit that one, there's always seems to be a little bit of tweaking, but it's never like a big long thing.
Yeah.
If that's like the big kind of push through, and then we only have a couple that we have to come back to.
Yep.
So there are a few articles that only the select board makes recommendations. So maybe we'll look at bringing those to you on the 5th.
Well, maybe what you could do is we can approve the warrant articles for social services because nobody recommends anything on that. It simply has to be put out there.
We normally recommend whether we want to see it go through or not. We have to put it out, but most of the time we recommend either yes, we want to see it pass, or we don't want to see it pass.
I'll go back through the book. Yeah, I'll go back through the book last year and look at the articles that only the select board made a recommendation, because there are some that only the select board recommends in the budget.
Kathy's on it now.
Dan, you're right. The social service articles, we do push forward a recommendation. And God, I could have sworn that a couple of years ago, we were no longer doing a recommendation on those. That we simply had to present them.
We was told we didn't have to, but we found out we did have to.
Yeah, I think there was a recommendation on every single article.
It's a money going forward. So you either have to recommend it or you don't have to recommend it. We have to, if it's petitioned, you have to put it forward. But you can say, this is a good idea or not a good idea.
Yeah.
And if we can get the warrant articles written up before that January 5th meeting, I mean, I don't have a problem with looking at the wordage on the warrant articles during our meeting in case we want to, so we don't have to mess with that the following week.
Okay. So I think that's a good idea, Dan. So I'll have some proposed language for the articles for you guys to look over, and any articles that don't require budget committee recommendations, we'll have for you guys to go ahead and act on.
Right, a few of them in here. There's probably about, I want to say 6 or 7 of them that did not seem to require budget recommendation.
Yeah, and some of those, Kathy, were forever articles, and you may recall that last year Becky Seal crafted some of those, and we've still got some of those that still need addressing, and so Becky and I have a scheduled meeting to go over those, and so.
Okay, all right.
It's typically anything that doesn't have a dollar or money put forward that the budget committee doesn't vote on anyway.
Yeah, like for instance, this year, the moorings ordinance would be one of those.
Correct.
So when do you plan on having the articles ready for the vote? All articles?
So for you guys, for the budget committee, we'll plan on addressing those on the 12th.
But I think he wants to know ahead of time so they can look at them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So Gary, as soon as we can get the budget compiled with the year-to-date figures or the year-end figures and get at least a draft of warrant article language, I will include the budget committee in all of that correspondence.
Which should be at least by the 5th, because we'll be
Correct.
trying to tweak language on the 5th meeting on the 5th.
Yep. Anthony, can we also get at an early date a complete listing of the expenditure articles, the total expenditures, a listing of the revenue articles and the revenue reductions and the net cost of running the town government for next year proposed versus the cost this year?
Yes. So my intent is when we get those year-end figures, we'll do a side-by-side comparison. 2020 actuals versus 2021 budget in their totality.
Yeah, right. With the revenue reduction. So that we can
Correct.
see what the net tax effect of just the town budget is this year versus last year.
Correct.
Good, that's fun.
Do you have anything else, Melanie?
I was just looking around to see if anybody else was flagging. Looks like everybody's good. If nobody has anything else, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So be it.
Second.
All right, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Have a
Thank
good
you
day.
all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.